Hello and welcome to Squid Junction 38. I'm Asek, joined here by Riley, and today we're coming into a Ikaryoku versus Yippie. Riley, have you heard of these teams before at all?
Well, for one, good evening, and two, Ikaryoku is a relatively familiar sounding name to me. This is a team that has played. They were playing in low ink earlier today, funnily enough, I believe. But if not, like aside from that, they're just kind of, standard low-level team. Yippie, on the other hand, seems to be a pickup of some kind. I'm noticing they have Ivy, who's a kind of a prolific low-level player at this point, currently from Marine Melody, and they also have members of. Actually, wait, no, Ivy's playing for Ikaryoku. My bad. That team also has a player from Splat-A-Lot I on their side. As far as Yippie goes, I believe they had some names that looked relatively familiar, but still, I'm not really as familiar with them. But game one, we're going into zones on Inkblot. Really, what needs to be said about this map at this point?
Yeah, this map is very commonly played. I do think zones is probably its strongest mode. I think it is. It's a very interesting map. So, I think it's fair. It's a little bit basic, but it has a little bit of spice in there. It's like brine water, but a little bit better.
And that's an understandable position, but coming into the match here, we have almost completely mirrored comps, and in a sense, the only deviation being the wiper for Ikaryoku and the tetras on Yippie, which, I mean, they basically fulfilled the same function anyway, so in a sense, I guess it kind of is mirrored. But regardless, first blood on zone here goes to Yippie. We see the crab tank trying to accomplish something, but they're just kind of in too awkward of a spot to do much of that, so Splash is going to get sandwiched in here. But that is 2 down on Yippie, so, I mean, Ikaryoku also went 2 down at a point too, so, I don't know, this is looking kind of awkward. It's only a minute into the game, and we're already close to having LDE active, but that is 3 down for Yippie, so this is a good spot for Ikaryoku to move up.
Yeah, I definitely do think that the spots on this timer can be really brutal with those long consecutive strings. The penalty is 3/4, and the zone timer 6 on pretty fast. So it's very, very important that you retake the zone, even if just for a bit, because that'll set their push down almost back to 0. So it can be very, very. Getting locked out in spot zones is very, very threatening.
Indeed, the 2 down on Ikaryoku there for a second, but they didn't really punish that at all, and in fact, they'll just maintain controlled zone. Ivy getting some nice kills there with the hammer, and sharking the ledge really effectively, able to get the gal through the wall. Ikaryoku going 2 down, but they're still holding dominant control of zone. It's just the leader, and they will go down too. That's a delayed wipe.
And it is not looking very good for Yippie here. Ikaryoku has full control of the zone, and they need to push back in. With that crab tank going out, it's going to be a little bit awkward, and they can't quite paint the zone, and that is going to be a Game 1 KO.
That was very unfortunate. I genuinely thought for a second there that the Tetras was going to get a sick fall-off shot on the crab, but still, unfortunately, not really much that could be done about that. But that was still very well played from both sides. Yippie definitely had a really strong opening push, but it just seemed like they didn't really have much of a response to what Ikaryoku was throwing at them.
Yeah, they did end up getting locked out, which I think is the main, that's one of the strangest things about zones right now, honestly. In Splatoon 3, a lot of the objectives have been kind of slowed down a little bit. Clam Blitz has been, the number of clams on the map has been reduced. On Rainmaker, they've been added checkpoints, and so it means that spot zones is kind of a weird mode now, because it's very, very quick. If you get wiped once, it might be game over. And if you get wiped twice, it's game over for sure. It's definitely really interesting, because you just have to take fights really well, and really safely, while being able to win them.
That all is true. That is something I've thought about, though. Adding, in the case of adding checkpoints to Rainmaker, that really made it a lot slower for better. But, in the case of zones, the reason why it's such a loved mode that is often considered to be kind of the true like marker of skill, if you will, is that it's the most straightforward one that you can't really cheese quite as well. But at the same time, you can't really cheese zones here just by getting a quad. Like, you still have skill involved, but that's its own can of worms. Moving on, though, we're seeing the exact same comps from both sides. So, yeah, also Towerfish Haggle. Tower Hagglefish, I can talk.
Towerfish Haggle, indeed. That's really funny. Ooh, we see the leader getting a really good pick using this kind of cheese spot down here. I think a lot of people don't really realize that in that spot down there, you're completely covered. Like, that half cover is the height of a player, which I don't think people like use that fact enough. A lot of people think that your head sticks out, but it doesn't really stick out that much.
Indeed, leader might be onto something here. Any Charger players take notes. But yeah, Yippie coming back strong after that first game. They're already through the first checkpoint, making their way through the second one, and it's just Splat up here on the top left. But at the same time, they don't really have much defense, and that will now be a wipe on Yippie. Now, Ikaryoku has shown that they're capable of responding to situations like this really well, but still, that's a pretty hard hit to take in the first minute here.
Yeah, but I do think they will be able to come back from it. There is still a whole lot of time to be able to break through that first checkpoint. But given that they have just gone 2 down, it's not looking very good for them. With just the 52 gal being left alive, this is a potential wipeout situation, and it looks like they have indeed wiped here. I don't think anyone got any jumps there, and so they are going to be all stuck in their spawn. With the tower in their control, that killer whale is going to come out, and I would assume that their team is going to start pushing in here.
Most definitely, but we do see the Tetras go down for Yippie, but they did pop the crab tank. The gal going down, though, is relatively unfortunate, but regardless, that's... It seemed like the push just kind of dissipated out of nowhere there, unfortunately, but it continues.
Yeah, it does seem like they are just kind of going down a little bit. Even when they have advantageous situations, Yippie is able to pick them off fairly easily here, it feels like.
Just less than 3 minutes left in this game, and Ikaryoku hasn't really been able to get much done here. We see the Wiper able to get a nice kill on the Tetras with the hammer, and they'll be chucking it into parts unknown. Ivy just kind of trying to put out some pressure and take the fight with this gal, but they will be running out of ink. But they are still able to pull a trade out of it. That was a very nice play. It just doesn't seem like either team is willing to try and... neither team really wants to try and accomplish much right now. We do see the Wavebreaker and the Killer Whale come out, but those aren't really, like, playmaking specials. But at the same time, though, I stand corrected, because now that's 2 down on Yippie, with the Crab and Leader on tower. We see Dav on the Tetras trying to make a flank, the Reef Slider trying to accomplish something, but they'll get punished for it as they rode straight into a 1v3.
Yeah, and Ikaryoku has gotten a decent push here, but they have staggered pretty badly here. They're going to need to do something to turn it around, and I believe they might have just been able to do that. With them coming out of spawn first, they are going to be in a temporary advantage for just a moment, but it looks like they don't manage to get a lot of value out of it. And it's just chaos around tower. The 52 gal is absolutely dancing around everything here. It feels like everything is being thrown at them, but they managed to survive here. And it looks like they're maybe going to be able to get the pick on this leader here, at least forcing them to run with their tail between their legs. And that Tetra is going to jump in, but roll 4 times and get the pick. That's something really interesting that Tetra can do. And it is just the 52 gal left, with Ikaryoku having the lead. So much time has passed, and they have not been able to push. But this is their chance. And this is really, they just need to take this as far as they can, play for the KO. Not even give Yippie a chance to come back.
That is true, but there is still a minute into the game, and Yippie was able to kind of grind that push to a halt very effectively there. It was a very clutch trade that the Tetras got, too. The leader going down for Yippie is very unfortunate, though, but they have been able to bring down Ivy, who's been kind of a giant nuisance for them this entire time thus far. They just need to get some paint in mid before they can do anything else, though. They do have the Whale and Crab at the ready, and they're not too terribly far from their other specials. The gal here is in kind of a bit of trouble here trying to fight Splat. It's just 30 seconds left, but they are able to get the man advantage yet again. The gal player trying to make something happen, but 2 have dropped. Are they able to get anything out of it, though?
it looks like it's kind of 50-50. Just a massive fight happening in that tiny little space, and neither team really benefits from it. But that being said, if trades do come out, that is going to benefit the team that's currently in the lead, which is fairly good. But this 52 cal is absolutely shredding everyone alive, getting so many picks, but they don't manage to take the tower in time, and they are going to I believe I think I got things kind of mixed up there. Ikaryoku is actually going to take that game.
Okay, so Yippie was making a really solid push there at the end. It seemed that they were able to take out both the leader and the wiper, which, again, that kind of sets the ball rolling. But Splat was just kind of waiting in the wings, and they came up, and it seemed like they might have... It seemed like they were about to go down, but they were able to get, like, almost a quad, I believe, to end that game.
So much value.
Yeah, the hero play there kind of just made the set.
Yeah, and that is going to be a 2-0 on the set.
And keep in mind that Squid Junction, this is not play all three, so Ikaryoku moves on. Yippie will be moving on to losers bracket. And as per usual, both of those games were not by any means like curb stomps, so I'm sure that Yippie will surely accomplish something in losers bracket, hoping to see something cool happen with them. And Ikaryoku, roughly same thing in winner's side. Hopefully they won't have to fight like some Div 1 pickup in round 2.
Yes, indeed. But I do believe we will be going on a short break here, if I'm correct here. So, yeah, I guess we will see you in round 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Squid Junction 38. My name's Riley, I'm still here with Asect, and we've moved on to round 2 of Winner's Bracket. And we've got a pretty exciting match for you here. That's going to be NKT Definitivo versus Data. So kind of two like upper mid-level teams gonna be duking it out here. So yeah, how familiar are you with these guys, Asect?
I'm not familiar with these guys at all, though I actually am familiar with one of the players on, I believe that's Data. Rally. I tried out for a team that they left. That's how I know them. But yeah, I don't know these players very well, so I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. I won't be surprised if we do see a Tetra though from Rally, because I know they do play Tetras, and that is really all.
Funnily enough, I believe Rally is just kind of subbing for this tournament. This team does in fact have a Tetra player who, in my mind, is pretty much the Tetra player, and that's Ali, Arcanagon. So, like, you know, formerly from Crustacean Crusaders. But aside from that, they've got Dio, who's a prolific kind of Slayer shooter, Texture, who a lot of people in low level are probably familiar with, and Echo, who there might be some commentator bias, but he's basically one of my best friends, so it's fun to see him on stream. Hi, if you're watching. But yeah, that is what it is. Meanwhile, the other team here, I'm not super familiar with them. I've seen the names of some of these players before from like past Ludi seasons, but not super familiar with them or their results. I do know that it stands for like New Kraken Team Colombia. So yeah, this is kind of like a rising team from South America. But regardless, we're going into Zones Museum, and we see indeed the Tetras coming out from Data, and NKTC kind of coming through with your standard meta comp, as it were.
I do think it is fairly interesting to see the Stamper there. You don't see it a lot. I think Stamper is much more popular in Japan. I don't think it's that popular in NA, but I do think it is a really good pick. I think burst bombs are really, really good right now, and I think that's part of the reason why Stamper is so good. But we do see that Crab Tank coming out from Data, getting a pick there, but it did get broken. But the T-Tech is also going to go down, leaving the game into 2-on-2 here. But the Wavebreaker is going to come out on the side of Data, so they're going to try to just cap the zone and potentially move forward off of that.
Yes, but NKTC has one player on Data's left that's just kind of preventing them from getting as strong of a hold in mid as they'd like. And that is just going to be Texture left on the heavy. So now it's time for them to start pushing up. This could be kind of dangerous considering that Data has way less room to work with than they did, but also it seems like someone from Data might be trying to take that left flank. It looks like Dio on the Stamper. I don't know, but they do have the Zipcaster and Heavy ready. But they did just pop the Crab, and all of the other specials for NKTC are online, so this could get ugly fast.
Yeah, every single special in the lobby is prepared, and Data has popped all 4 of their specials, it seems. And it hasn't gone well for them, with them just having the Stamper left alive off that Zipcaster, trying to get some value here, but they're really stuck in an unfavorable spot. But it looks like they're going to try to hold their ground here, and they are going to be able to get a pick off of it, and potentially a second one too.
Yeah, Dio is definitely a very strong player mechanically, going for something with the Zipcaster, but Rally's gone down as well, and they really need to be focusing zone right now is the problem. And it seems like most of the players left alive for Data have they're respawning rather, so yeah, nothing really they could do about that. So that's NKTC kind of dominantly taking the first game here.
Yeah, that was a very strong game from both teams, I think. I just think they weren't quite able to use their specials efficiently. I saw that they popped all 4 of the specials at the same time at one point, and that's not really what you want to do a lot of the time. If you pop all of your specials at once, then it means you're going to have diminishing returns and nothing to follow up with them.
Yeah, it's very true. Plus, I mean, not to mention, as was kind of mentioned, that, like, Data did have control of zone for a bit, but they just weren't able to push up comfortably, and that might be in part due to the one player of NKTC that was left on kind of their side that wasn't really giving up that spot. They just weren't really able to deal with that. concisely, but regardless, I mean, it is still... They do still have a little bit of wiggle room. Obviously, NKTC does have the upper hand here, but like Data could still turn this around. It's Rainmaker on Flounder now, so make of that what you will.
This is one of my favorite maps in the game. Rainmaker, especially, is really fun on it. I think Flounder really isn't ran enough. It's fun. I want to play Flounder more because it's one of my favorite maps, and I don't think it's in enough map pools, honestly.
Interestingly, I mean, a lot of people don't like Flounder, but incidentally, the people that don't like Flounder don't play buckets, so I'm a fan of it for that reason. I don't know. But yeah, I like this map too. I'm kind of glad that I'm kind of glad that they brought it back. It's a lot more fun than I remember it being in Splatoon 1, but I mean, that's all subjective. Regardless, though, I'm not really sure if we'll see many changes from Data, at least. I mean, we could see Echo potentially go to a K machine. Texture, in my mind, is primarily a Charger player, but they have been focusing Splatling more as of late. But, you know, I think either could be fine. I mean, Leader is very good on this map, but yeah.
Yeah, I actually think this map isn't very strong for Leader. I think it's probably one of the weakest Leader maps in the game just because of how many flank rats there are. You can't really hold an area super well with E-Leader as you can on other maps. But I don't think E-Leader's bad on this map either. E-Leader is just really, really dominant as a backline, though.
I mean, fair enough, but I mean, that's just kind of its own thing. But regardless, we see the Nautilus coming out from Data. Not really what I expected at all. But NKTC going kind of full meta here and going with double T-Tech, which is something I have been seeing more and more lately, and also kind of using more. I never claimed to be, like... I know when to break the rules, basically. Point is, double T-Tech is actually really effective across the board. I feel like it's about as annoying as double splashes at some points.
Yeah, I do think, I think, like, T-Tech Splash, I think they're all really strong right now. And I don't necessarily mind that. A lot of people complain about shooters, but I don't really mind. I think they're fun. But, Definitivo has broken through that first checkpoint here against Data, and they are kind of sitting right there, the T-Tech, trying to use those tri-strikes to get some space. But it does look like the Rainmaker is going to reset soon if they don't grab it. And it has reset, but the T-Tech is still trying to fight there. They get a pick on that Stamper. And they're gonna try to just they're gonna try to get some control here.
Yeah, the T-Tech here on this wall is trying to do something, but Data getting the pop is going to force them out of that scenario. They're also just kind of dumping out all their specials, and that's two members of NKT. Oh my goodness, NKTC going down. Tetra doing the electric slide here, as it were. Love to see it. But regardless, Data could definitely get lead here if they're able to pop this Rainmaker. Rally trying to do something here. It's a 3v3 scenario right now, and oh my goodness, what is going on? You
gotta love it. I honestly relate to that really hard. I was playing low ink today, and my internet went out for a couple minutes, and so I had to play on a hotspot. Oh, and apparently I was sliding around like that too. But regardless,
Splatoon
Data
servers,
has
everybody.
Data has taken the lead off of that. And so Definitivo is going to have to... They're going to have to push this again, but there is a lot of time left in the game.
Indeed. That is a pretty impressive lead, but it's by no means safe. We see Echo popping the crab tank, trying to make something happen. They might be able to do something, but Dio going down yet again. One of the splashes for NKTC has gone down as well, but now that's 2 down on Data. They might be able to just barely slip in through lead here. The Booyah is able to obscure the vision, but somebody was able to get a clutch pick. I think that was Echo there. But also the splash here, it's just Rally left alive. They will go down, and that's going to be NKTC stealing lead right there.
But that Tetra is going to be able to get that crucial pick on the Rainmaker there. And with that tri-strike coming out, though, Definitivo is going to get just a little bit more control potentially here. They're very, very close to the KO right here. Both teams are absolutely fighting for their lives.
Yeah, Echo getting a nice trade there. I'm also very surprised that Dio did not die to pop, but Okay, NKTC able to just kind of slip through and dunk it. All they had to do was wait for the right moment, and it paid off.
That was very good. They managed to sneak the Rainmaker past there, just barely managing to sneak past everyone and then get that KO.
Indeed. Very well played from NKTC on kind of both games there. Definitely showed that they're capable of operating under pretty significant pressure there. Data definitely did a good job as well, but I think they just kind of got a little nervous when they didn't need to. But again, they're a very strong team, and I'm sure that they will have at least a solid run through losers bracket. This team did have pretty decent results in, I believe, 20XX beta bracket, but regardless, NKTC probably going to move on and do similarly just as well. But yeah, definitely well played set from both teams.
Mm-hmm. I do believe we are going to go on another break though, so we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Stay tuned.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool, or no, Squid Junction 38. Sorry, force of habit. I have commentated too many Paddling Pool. I'm Isaac, joined here by joined here by Riley. I almost said Rally. That's my
Honestly,
bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like we have Tetra players named Allie, Rally, and Riley. Like, come on. Maybe I should rebrand just for some biodiversity. But yes, here we are.
Yeah, here we're gonna be saying I don't know how to say these teams' names.
Well, okay, for one, we have Consuela and Company versus apologies in advance, Majestät König Thomas, I believe. Yeah, no idea what any of that means, but I can say that the rosters will make it slightly more recognizable. Consuela and Company has Pelu, Prophet, Beanie, and Landon from the teams of Salute and DNA. Beanie, I think, is a free agent, but they've been kind of a high to mid-level player for quite a while now. I think they've been on kind of a hiatus, though. And the other team here is Yaru, Mist, Mr. Z, and Spara. So again, this is kind of just a general kind of +2 pickup war of attrition here. And we will be going straight into Zone's Hagglefish.
Yeah, I really like this map. This map is pretty fun. Hagglefish is just really fun to move around with those flanks. It's just fun in general. But we are seeing we're seeing a triple shooter comp on one side, and we're seeing Octobrush on the other side. Pretty much a mirror comp, except instead of a tri-strike, Consuela has an Octobrush.
Now that's kind of interesting because Landon, I think, is most well known for playing the Ink Rush. And Ink Rush is one of those weapons, I put it in the same kind of category as Heavy, where, ooh, that was a nice snipe there from this player here,
Yeah.
Beanie. Ink Rush is a weapon that is actually like really good and pretty viable the meta, but people just kind of don't think of it as such. But yeah, regardless, I'm kind of surprised to see the off-meta pick here in the form of the Octobrush. But who cares about that? Because I want to pay attention to the fact that Beanie just got like a triple snipe to kind of widen the gap for Consuela and Company to move up. Those were some really clutch snipes. Good job from them. And it continues.
Yeah, ooh, and it looks like this time they lose the sniper duel. That's just gonna happen if you take a lot of those. But I think it can be worth the risk, honestly. I think a lot of people don't really play aggressively enough with backline. I think backlines can play really, really aggressively, and it works out a decent amount of the time.
It's true. Consuela and Company at this point kind of just needs to build up some specials. Majestät König is not really moving up that much at all. They are popping the Ink Strike here, but that's not really doing much. The Crab goes out, but it doesn't really get much done, and it is forced out. They do have the other one, though, and we also see Landon on the Zipcaster here. We see one of the splashes here trying to create an opening, but they're kind of forced back by the leader, kind of scaring them off. But they are able to take zone and apply a penalty of 35 through it all. And they also brought down one of the other splashes, so this might be the opportunity they need to push up. One of these Crabs is in a position to get a kill here, so yeah, definitely Consuela and Company needs to start moving up here.
And something interesting is you could see that Crab going into ball form for a split second so they could jump and dodge that wave breaker, which I think I haven't really seen that happen before, and I think that just looked kind of silly, and I wanted to point it out. But Majestät has gone 2 down to Consuela, but they do get 1 and 2 picks up, and that is going to turn the momentum all the way back around in their direction as soon as they get respawns. And that wave breaker coming out on their side is going to make things a lot easier for them as well. We see Peitu on the flank, trying to get as much value as they can here. They're really in over their head here. But they managed to get a pick, and their team follows up off of it really well as well. Leaving Majestät 2 down so that Consuela can push forward in with that Crab tank.
Yeah, Beanie was under a lot of danger there from Spara on the T-Tech, but everyone else on Consuela and Company were able to just kind of deal with it easily and get zone back. They don't even have that much penalty left. Plus, like, Majestät König is trying to contest zone, but not much is being done. But although I stand corrected because they are able to get some paint out, and the Ink Strike is holding them back even further. But we see Landon here going off, trying to just distract them as hard as possible, and able to just barely get the jump out too.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Really good play, jumping out to your teammate instead of to spawn. But speaking of that, I was gonna say that they would have had that Zipcaster, but it just managed to... The T-Tech just managed to get that brush picked off, which is gonna leave Majestät in kind of dominant control of the zone, as their penalty slowly diminishes, and now they're back down to actually scoring. And it does look like they are going to take the lead here, but I don't think it's going to be a big one. Ooh, that Octobrush is coming in, but they do manage to get sniped by that leader, which is a very, very good shot by that leader as well. And that Crab Tank is going to come out as well and try to get some pressure off here. Zone is getting close to being neutral, and it has been neutralized. And with Majestät being 2 down, this is going to be cap for Consuela.
Yeah, that was delayed 3 down there. Mist is still in zone though, but they will be brought down. And we see Consuela and company moving up, trying to basically force kind of the lockout here. Majestät König doesn't really have anything that can flank quite as easily as the Octobrush. If Landon is able to kind of take fights here with a friend, they might have a lot more success, but unfortunately they go down just shy of lead. That is still 3 up on the side of Consuela and company, but Majestät König does take control of zone, which is really unfortunate. Consuela and company do take it as well, but Mr. Z is in a really good spot here, able to get a kill on the leader with the Wavebreaker and get 2 more on top of that. Can he get the quad?
Not quite. It doesn't look like... Ooh, but that Crab Tank is going to come out. That was a very, very close play from that E-leader, and that is going to secure them game 1.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Z on that one. He really stepped up to put the final nail in the coffin on that one. That was an amazing play. But then again, both teams did have a lot of cool moments, like throughout both those games. But still, that was just exceptional. Definitely, honestly, kind of both of the leaders in this game popped off. It's like Beanie had that really solid opening, and then Mr. Z had the really clutch ending. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was really, really good. And I think it goes to show just how dominant E-leader can be in this meta. It's really good still. I think it's just a really, really powerful backline. And I think you can go without it, but there's definitely some stuff that you can do. You can get a lot of stuff done with that leader.
Definitely. It's not quite at the forefront because everybody is so fixated on Crab, but yeah, it really hasn't fallen off that much. It's just that now it has something that can kind of step to it aside from another leader. But again, that's its own can of worms. Game 2 here, we're going to Tower on Mako Mart, which is kind of in the same vein as like Zone's Inkblot, where it's just the quintessential counterpick map. Everything just kind of works here, and it's just balanced all across the board.
Yep. I honestly kind of describe Mako Mart as like the final destination of Splatoon. It just feels like that. It's super balanced. It's just really, really solid all around.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good way of putting it in terms of the final destination metaphor. But, yeah, aside from that, honestly, I'm kind of curious to see if Landon will stick with the Octobrush here or go back to the Ink Brush. I think both are pretty viable here. But also, this is a pretty good map for, it's pretty good for, like, Zipcaster as well. Also, I don't immediately remember the sub on Octobrush. I want to say it's Auto Bomb instead of Suction Bomb, but regardless.
It's Suction Bomb.
Oh, okay, it's right there. Yeah, point is, Suction Bomb's really good for Tower, but it don't matter, because he brought it anyway. And in fact, it looks like we are having the exact same comps from both teams here, so let's see what kind of gameplay adjustments they decide to make.
Ooh, that either getting a really early pick on that Octobrush. It's going to get them a lot of value here. They have so much control of that plat.
Yeah, we have 2 going down early, but Spara getting taken down. Mr. Z kind of trying to pop the Wavebreaker here. They do see Beanie on the leader, kind of sniffing them out from an off angle. That will force them back a bit, but they're still in a position to put out a lot of pressure. But that is 2 down on Majestät König now. Prophet trying to move up and get the kill on Spara, and that in fact will be a delayed wipe. So now it is time for Consuela and company to move up here.
And here we see the Zipcaster trying to take control of that snipe, which is so important here. Getting control of that snipe is really essential. While you're doing the tower there, you need to have your teammates be able to flood out onto that snipe as the tower is passing. Because if you don't do that, then you're not going to get that second checkpoint, and you're not even going to have a chance at it. So it can be really tricky, but I do think it's really interesting. And that Octobrush with the flank is going to take out that crab tank, but get taken down in the process by that E-leader. That's going to leave each team 1 down, which is... it's even for both sides, and they're going to be able to get jumps back in and kind of take a reset here.
Most definitely. We see kind of the crab battle happening over mid. He isn't really able to get into that comfortable of a position, and one of the crabs will be going down here. Spara trying to take sort of an off angle here. Landon kind of wreaking havoc in their breakfast here as Mr. Z is forced to jump back. Spara going down yet again. Mid control is pretty split right now, but Consuela and company do have the resources and positioning to kind of get more mid control and maybe start the push. Pelu getting a nice kill as well is definitely going to make that a bit easier, and someone else jumped back, but they're still not pushing the tower. Only now were they able to get anything done there. They could have been probably on towards the checkpoint by now, but still, it's not a bad place to be, except they just went 2 down, so that's just kind of unfortunate.
And we are going to see both of those crab tanks come out, but I don't really like seeing that usually. I think it's much better to chain them together and use one of the crab tanks to set up the second one. And I think that's kind of the reasoning behind why people are running double crab. Just because a crab tank is very good at setting up a crab tank. And a crab tank that's set up very well is going to get a lot of value, like so much. But here we see Majestät just popping specials, but they have gone 2 down yet again. This game has been really back and forth. It's essentially tied up right now. Neither team has managed to push past that first checkpoint by much of a meaningful amount. The Brush is going to try and get a pick there, but gets sniped off by the E-leader. And that crab tank is going to come out and get a pick on the E-leader from Majestät. And both E-leaders are down at this point, so we could see a wipe here. Pedu is fighting for their life in below snipe, but it isn't. They don't manage to win that fight, and it is just the Brush over there trying to get some picks. Everyone's kind of just moving around mid right now, and it's really kind of just chaotic. And I think whoever can thrive best in this chaos is going to be able to really benefit off of it.
Yes, that's very true. Consuela Co company has they've held on to lead pretty well, but the main reason, I don't know, they've just been doing a really good job at suppressing Mr. Z throughout this game, because definitely, all of these are really good players, but I feel like he is the scariest player in the lobby on this particular map. So if you can keep him shut down, then that's really good for you. And in fact, that's 2 down now. It's just the splashes, and Landon able to get the kind of fall-off kill on them as well. That's kind of the thing with Octobrush, is that it's so good at taking 2v1s. It's like, if Landon and Pelu pair up, or, what have you, you're gonna have a hard time surviving that. They were able to get lead increased by 2 points, but I mean, that's just 2 points. This is still very much not a safe lead. There is still a minute left though, but yeah, it's not looking great for Majestät. They just went 2 down, but at the same time, again, it's relatively split here, but at the same time, Majestät just went 2 down as well, and now they're popping crab on tower. This is, they could very well take the checkpoint here, but then they just went 3 down.
Yeah, I think it's really crucial to note that they weren't able to get on that snipe there, and so they didn't even have a chance of claiming that second checkpoint. Because it's super easy to defend that checkpoint if you have control of your sort of bunker area. It's called bunker for a reason. It's super stable, super hard to push people out of, so you need to take control of that area before you push that tower. But things are getting a little bit scrappy now, and we are seeing Majestät going 3 down. It's just a splash. There is a jump landing on the tower, but it isn't quite fast enough, and they are going to take that second game there.
Yeah, that was very well played from Consuela and company, clutching up at the end there. As it kind of played out, Landon was able to take down Mr. Z kind of from behind, and then Pelu was able to, I believe, get a double with the crab tank, and then Profit came in to finish it off. So that was all just kind of well coordinated from them. This has definitely been a back and forth set thus far, but Consuela Co. And company, I gotta stop saying that, has been like, they kind of just held the upper hand throughout that game, and they did a good job of kind of suppressing the most threatening aspects of Majestet's comp. But it is still Rainmaker Scorch, and considering that that is Game 3, I really feel like this could go either way here.
Yeah, it's really anyone's game here. Consuela Co. is able to potentially do something here, taking the second game for kind of mini reverse sweep, but Majestät can also really take this. Really, either team can take it here. It is going to be fairly interesting to see what happens, though.
Most definitely. Also, yeah, just in general, I enjoy seeing the Octobrush come out as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if they stuck with that here, considering this is one of those maps in my mind that's just really good for Zcaster. Plus, Suction Bomb on Rainmaker Shield is never not a good thing. So, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw yet again, like, a repeat of the first two comps, but still.
Yeah, given that, like, Hagglefish Zones and Mako TC are two very, very different maps. Given that both teams ran the same comp on both of those maps, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see any changes.
Yes, very much so. Both teams are pretty much almost readied up here, so we will be moving in momentarily. Yes.
Yeah, and I think Rainmaker Scorch Gorge is a fairly interesting map. I think pushing past that one checkpoint pushing past or up to that first checkpoint is going to be fairly tricky. But then once you're just a little bit past there, it's very, very comfortable to kind of just exist in that one area. Like, just existing in their spawn. It kind of feels like playing in mid, honestly. Playing in that spawn area. It's really, really interesting. I'm kind of glad that it exists, because it's just fun and refreshing. It just feels really weird. Not really in a bad way.
Very understandable. And indeed, both teams came through with the exact same comp for the third game running. Pop did go to Majestät, which is kind of surprising to me, considering I feel like they have kind of less popping power than Consuela does. But regardless, Consuela does get the first pop anyway, but they will be going 2 down. But Landon able to get a nice pick on one of the splashes with the Zipcaster here, trying to take on two members at, face to face, but they will get brought down. But still, Consuela Co. able to bust through the first checkpoint really skillfully. It looked like they just kind of sailed through all of that without a care.
Yeah, but now Majestät has a decent amount of control of mid. And, ooh, they're going to find that Octobrush sharking, and that Octobrush is going to go down for it. They were very, very careful when they were painting, and they managed to spot that out. And that crafting is going to come out, but the T-Tech has the Tri-Strike, so they are going to be able to get a lot of value out of that, displacing not only the crafting, but also the E-Leader. But their team has gone 2 down in the process, so that's not going to be very good for them here.
Very true here. Majestät has lost the man advantage yet again here. Spara forced to jump back, but it does seem like all of the members of Majestät are relatively close to their specials, though. But at the same time, mid is in the favor of Consuela and company, so they may have the resources to get another push going, especially with them burning the Ink Strike almost right away. And they popped the crab really early as well, so what do you do?
Yeah, it is fairly... I don't think the crafting got a whole lot of value. You can see that Majestät wasn't really able to... They didn't really have to respect it a lot. It did stall out mid a decent amount, but it didn't really gain them any space. And while they do have a lead, their lead is fairly small. And so I don't think stalling out is the right play there, potentially. It's not the best play. You can get a lot more value out of that. But Consuela Co. just has gone 3 down, and they are flooding out of spawn as we speak. So... Majestät is going to be able to get a lot of value here.
Oh, but Landon on the Shark, able to bring down 2, and can they get the last one to seal the wipeout? No, Yaru able to jump out. And Consuela Co. just instantly taking back mid control. Prophet on the Crab Tank, not able to get Mr. Z, unfortunately. And in fact, they've gone 2 down yet again, but they did tack on some more points. It's just Pelu here, kind of trying to hold on to mid as best they can, but they have been sniffed out by Yaru, as Pelu is unfortunately going down from the other members here.
Yeah, but this is Majestet's chance to potentially get the lead back, or at least even it up a little bit by getting that checkpoint. And they are fairly close to it here, so it looks like they are going to be able to do it. And yes, they do manage to get that checkpoint with the Crab Tank providing cover fire. But that being said, it's crab on crab now. Both teams are just shooting at the Rainmaker with all of their might, and the Octobrush Landon takes full advantage of that by going for a really long flank and managing to pick them off. But it isn't going to... It's not going to make everything easy right now. It is going to make this hold a little bit easier for Consuela, but they still do have to fight for this here. And with just one more splash left, that is going to be a fairly big advantage for Consuela Co.
Definitely. That was just kind of an errant burst bomb able to stop the push there. And in fact, Majestät went 3 down from that here. We do see Pelu's Crab Tank trying to do something here, but Mr. Z is in a pretty good spot to snipe it out. And Majestät has their own Crab Tanks at the ready, but they just went 2 down from something as well. Pelu going for a kill here, able to get it in mid-air, but they will be trading for that, unfortunately. Mid-control is relatively split at the moment. There's just a minute left in the game. Lead is, again, not very safe here, but Consuela and Co. do have the means to extend that even further, as long as they're able to get a pick or 2.
Yeah, but it's still really anyone's game here. Consuela and Co. really does want to play for time, but I don't think they should focus on it this hard. Because if they do go down, Majestät has plenty of time to get this lead back. Neither of the leads are too strong. The Subcaster is going to try and contest this E-leader, and there is a super jump coming in that they are going to potentially be able to take out, but no, it doesn't quite happen. And here we do see Consuela and Co.'s E-leader has gone down on the brush. It's just a splash left on Consuela and Co.'s side. And they don't know where they are, though. Ooh, the splash has shown themselves, and they weren't able to secure that pick on the Rainmaker. Jumps are coming in from Majestät. They really need to hold this here. The Rainmaker can't go down, but it's really anyone's game here. If they make this push, they don't have to move very far in order to get the lead here. But the Rainmaker is going to be by themselves, and they are going to go down to that Octorush.
Landon was definitely stepping up there at the end and throughout that whole game. It seemed like when Consuela and company went 3 down, Mist grabbed Rainmaker, and it seemed like they were going to just try to W-key it straight to the lead, but they didn't have anyone in front of them. But then they kind of stalled out to wait for someone to come in. But at the same time, that gave Consuela and company an opportunity to get set up and properly respond to that push, so it just kind of was an unfortunate play there at the end. But still, Consuela and company definitely played that whole set really well from kind of being on the back foot throughout Game 1, so definitely hats off to them. Excited to see how they perform in the rest of this tournament moving forward, for sure.
Yes, indeed, but I do believe we are going to be going on just another short break for the next round. So we'll see you then. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Squid Junction 38. I'm Riley. I'm here with Asect, and we are moving on to Winners Round 4. At this point, we are pretty much in the quarterfinals, and we've got another pretty good set for you. It's going to be Full Send versus Bet.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. We're starting on Brine Water Zones, which I'm actually a big fan of. I think this map is really fun. Totally not biased as a Dually Squelchers player. I think this is one of my favorite maps. It's just that flank is so quirky, because especially with Dually Squelchers, you can just take it really fast. And I really like just pushing stupidly far into the enemy base right off the bat. You can get really far off that flank in no time flat. I think it's really interesting, but I'm not super familiar with these teams, so we'll have to see what they play as well.
Well, Full Send is, they're a Division 1 team in Ludi. This team, it had Shockwave, Liam, Will, and a few other players. This is basically probably some of the best, if not the best players in Oceania right now. Meanwhile, Bet, I feel like every single time I commentate Squid Junction, these guys show up on stream. I'm curious as to if they're like some kind of Squid Junction warrior team, but yeah, these guys play in this tournament a lot, and they always do consistently really well, so it's good to see them, you know, coming through with the consistency. Anyway, as per usual, this map starting out, it seems to be really back and forth, and it doesn't really matter who has the lead right yet. But Full Send trying to move up just a little bit, one of the splashes getting punished for it, and the Crab Tank trying to hold on to zone however possible, but the Booyah Bomb is going to be making that kind of hard.
Yeah, the zone has kind of been flipping back and forth a lot. These teams really are just not giving up space, and you can see that all of those crabs coming out are kind of just going back and forth. We see that machine flying past the camera there. Super jumping out. Booyah Bomb coming out. Crab Tank coming out as well from Full Send. So many Crab Tanks are coming out, so many Booyah Bombs are coming out. These teams have almost a mirror comp with just changing out the knot for a heavy.
Yeah, so many crabs coming out is just Splatoon 3 for you, unfortunately. But that is three down on Full Send. So now Bet needs to move up rather quickly. Shockwave forced to jump. It almost didn't look like a super jump for a second. But that will be Bet getting lead here, almost certainly. But again, there's still plenty of time left in this game, and there's still plenty of opportunities for them to take that flank, especially with all 4 specials online right now.
Yeah, and we can see that Bet is actually saving the Crab Tank here for when they try to push back in. And here we see the Crab Tank coming out, gonna get moved by that Booyah Bomb. And another splash is just trying to survive in that flank. Really in kind of an awkward spot, trading with the machine, but that's going to be beneficial for Bet there, just because they have that lead. That's fairly strong. It's not super strong.
Very much so, but mid here is still kind of torn. Bet has increased their lead by quite a bit. Full Send will be taking control of the zone, but they don't have that much penalty to worry about at all. Shockwave able to just barely survive the Booyah, but will go down to the Crab Tank there, unfortunately. Bet able to kind of get another pick to facilitate their control, or like to bolster their control of mid here. They don't have that much penalty left either, so this could get out of hand quickly if Full Send continues to stagger.
Yeah, but here we can see that they do have that Crab Tank and they do have that Booyah Bomb. That's going to be able to get them into zone really well. That machine being able to get a lot of pressure there. It's just going to be really good for them. But we see the zone is just flipping back and forth constantly, and the 2 machines are going to trade with Fizzy Bombs, respectively. I just think that's really funny. But here we see 2 Crab Tanks coming out on both, one on each side, and one of the splashes goes down on Bet, which is going to give Full Send just a little bit of space to try and push up far into the enemy team's base here.
Most definitely. Zone does seem to be relatively split here. It seems like Bet is making an effort to kind of paint it, but then that forces Full Send back to try and maintain control of it however they can. They were able to paint through the Booyah, but Bet able to get the penalty applied, but that's really not that much of a penalty either.
Yeah, the zone has just been going constantly back and forth throughout this entire game. Very, very, very back and forth here. And I think that's really nice. I think zones is designed to do this. So I think having that back and forth is really, really interesting. But here we see Full Send getting some control ahead of zone here. But Bet is going to pop a crab tank of their own, and it's going to be able to kind of push them back just a little bit more. With each of the players just kind of moving forwards here.
Very much so. It's just a minute left in this game here, and the game is pretty close. Neither team has that penalty here, but Bet is on the verge of widening the gap even further. They could very well KO this if they're able to get lucky with the picks they have. Citrus on the heavy is putting out a lot of pressure here, and one of the crab tanks for Full Send is coming out. Booyah coming out as well, but Bet painting through it. Okay, never mind. They did get control, albeit very briefly. That is still not that much of a penalty on the side of Bet, though. But we're at the point now where it's less than 30 seconds in this game, so now Bet doesn't need to worry about decreasing their penalty. As long as they just cap it, that's all that matters.
The zone is absolutely back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Literally changing like once every 3 seconds here. Both teams are really, really just trying to get as much paint and pressure as they can on the zone, but Full Send really, really needs to be able to hold this control here. If Bet can cap it here, that's going to be game over for them. And here we can see, but all of them are really, really focused on just trying to keep this zone painted here.
Yeah, Lucina's crab tank was doing a lot of good work there, but unfortunately 2 down on last second. The Booyah Bomb trying to displace the members of Bet rather than try to go for the zone, but honestly, I'm not sure if even that would have saved it. So that will be Bet taking game 1. But keep in mind that while the previous ones were best of 3, we have moved on to a best of 5 now. So Full Send does have plenty of wiggle room. And as for the record, as per usual, the way this works is you're presented with 7 maps, and both teams are allowed to ban one of them. I believe Full Send banned Clam's Museum, and Bet banned Tower on Mako Mart. So yeah, we're going to Tower Inkblot next.
Banning Tower Mako is really weird when Tower Undertow is right there. I think I have a conspiracy theory. I think I've mentioned this on stream before, but they're the same map. It's just that Undertow doesn't have breakfast, but they are very, very similar in terms of what you need to do in order to get each of the checkpoints. But I am fairly interested to see what each team is going to bring to the table at this point.
Very much so. I've seen Bet play on this map before, and they pretty much just stuck with your typical splash, leader, machine, core. And I don't know, I could see Citrus sticking to the heavy, but that is kind of what it is. Full Send, I don't really see switching from that at all either, given that Shockwave now has the Nautilus buff to play around with. I don't see why it can't hang with the big boys here.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is honestly really underrated. It's such a good main weapon right now. But I think we are going to see these teams headed in fairly soon. It looks like both of them are thinking pretty hard about the comps that they're gonna run. I won't be surprised though if we just see double splash again on both sides with a machine and a splatling, because both of them ran that. But I'm really curious to see if they change it, and if they do change it, if they're gonna change it in a similar way, or if they're gonna come up with different ideas for how to win the game.
The only real change I can see them making is swapping out the heavy for a leader, but aside from that, I don't know, not really expecting much difference. Although I guess somebody could pull out a T-Tech, so I don't know. It's hard to say, but
yeah, I would
just
be
waiting on
surprised.
one player to ready up.
I'd be surprised to see a T-Tech. Just having T-Tech is gonna be really good on TC. The Tri-Strike is just a very, very good GG button in a lot of scenarios, but it does look like we are going to be headed into this next match fairly soon, except never mind, because we've actually disconnected. I'm hoping that was a lobby crash. I'm hoping that was a lobby crash, and not just a DC from us, because in that case, we'd miss out on this second game.
Oh boy, then we'd have to come up with more enlightening material. And from the looks of it, it might have been us DCing from it, I think.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. We're gonna have to see what happens here.
Actually, it might not be the case yet, actually.
Looks like the room is back up.
Yeah, the room is back up. They might have ended the game, but at the same time, I'm not sure if they would... Okay, I think the lobby crashed. It wasn't us DCing, so you will have some gameplay yet.
Yep. Just a short delay. I think TC Inkblot is actually a fairly interesting map. It suffers... It feels like it should suffer some of the problems that Rainmaker has, where it's just one route that you have to take. But I think TC is just much more suited to this kind of map. While Rainmaker is better for a more open map with lots of paths you can take, I think when there's only one path, TC works a lot better, because that's what TC is. It's just the objective moves along one path. So regardless, you're going to have to move through that path anyways.
Yeah, that's very true. Honestly, for me, I can't really think of anything to say about TC Inkblot at this point, because we've all been playing it consistently for like the past 5 years at this point. It's just the map that is in everything, and that's all you need to know. But yeah, it is still fairly snowball prone, but if you kind of just play your defense smartly, it won't be that big of a problem. But we are moving into the game now, so let's see what adjustments were made. Again, not particularly expecting anything drastic, but who knows?
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing the same comp from both sides.
Yay!
I do think these comps they're pretty fun to watch. I think a lot of people see Double Splash and they think, oh man, Double Splash, it's the same game. But Splash is such a versatile weapon that the game is different every time. The game is nowhere near getting stale at this point, because it's so much fun. And there's so many things each person can do outside of just like what their sub is and what their special is and what their main is. There's so many possibilities, and I think it's fun to watch. But we are seeing a crab tank coming out from both sides. I really wonder if we're going to see Bet try to set up a crab tank in their bats, because that is a fairly strange position, but also very dominant. And here we see just how strong the position can be. The crab tank is really just getting so much value here in that area. And we're going to see Full Send really get staggered hard here. Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of the thing, though. Bet is in an extremely good position here, but one thing I noticed is that Mars with the stealth jump splash, that's kind of a problem with Splash in particular, is that, okay, stealth jump is pretty much the best ability in the game, in my opinion, but, like, Shredder, like, a crab without Shredder pretty much always loses to one that does have it. So in this case, it really kind of hurts to not have both crabs running Shredder. But regardless, that is a huge lead to have to stare down with 3.5 minutes remaining. But Full Send has spared no expense in taking control of mid here, and a nice trade on the K-Machine on top of it.
Yeah, and here we see the Burst Bomb coming out or the Inkstorm coming out as well from Full Send, the Bria coming out too. And we're seeing that they're getting a decent amount of value from it. I think that Inkstorm might have been just a little bit out of position, and we're seeing a crab tank set up in that same spot, but they do get taken out by that machine up there. And both teams are going to be... They're going to get fairly staggered here. A lot of people have been going down here. Like, lots of fights have been happening. That Knot is going to get a pick on a Splash here. But a machine... the machine is going to get that person down with Haunt as well, which can be pretty brutal. I think Haunt is definitely an underrated ability in this game. I think it's fairly... It's interesting. That's pretty much all I have to say about it. It's just so interesting.
Certainly. I think Haunt is super underrated on weapons like Try in particular, but that's kind of something that ties back to what you were talking about before with weapons, is that, like, you might not be able to run that many off-meta weapons, but you can certainly run off-meta abilities, and that's got to count for something. But regardless, Full Send has continued their push here. Jack putting out a lot of pressure over here with the Crab, but Shockwave on tower going down, unfortunately. Straw Hat on the flank here. Jack under a lot of pressure from both Lucina and Straw Hat, not really able to do much about it. But Liam able to shut down Straw Hat. Unfortunately, they won't be able to keep the push going that much longer. They do still have plenty of time, though, so I don't know. Full Send could make a comeback here, but they've got to play very well in order to do so. Like, on all fronts.
Yeah, time is starting to dwindle, but they are by no means they're by no means out of the game just yet here. Because Full Send took about this amount of time, or Bet took about this amount of time to get down to the lead that they have now. But given that Full Send just has effectively wiped here, it isn't looking very good for them. This is gonna be really uncomfortable for them. They are so short on time here.
The problem is, though, is that Full Send, or Bet, isn't moving up that much, and any attempt to do so was called out by either Jack or Shockwave. But at the same time, we see Full Send kind of tunnel visioning on that last guy, which is really not what you need at the moment. But regardless, mid control is in favor of Full Send now. Bet, they may try to send a flank, but as long as they keep their awareness up on that front, this could be good for them. Tower's starting to move on to Plat, Mars, Liam, and Jack up behind. Able to get a nice pick on Lucina. Crab Tank doing something. One of the splashes on Full Send goes down, but that's 2 down, and the lead is dwindling. They've made it past that checkpoint. This could very well be a comeback for them, with less than a minute remaining.
Yeah, they're getting dangerously close to getting the lead here. Less than 5 points remaining at this point in time. It's going to be very, very close. Full Send managing to squeeze that lead out, and it does look like they are going to be able to force this checkpoint just a little bit further. This is going to be huge for them. This is a devastating lead. Bet has 20 seconds to get this back. It is by no means impossible, but it is going to be a very uphill battle for them. Especially given the fact that they just went 2 down. That Nautilus is going to be able to get a lot done here as well.
I genuinely cannot believe that the Nautilus just pushed up there and actually got away with it. I fully expected them to take the safe approach of, okay, well, my team just wiped, so I'm just gonna, hang around mid, try to, play it safe. But no, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna keep this going, and it worked. So that was an incredible comeback from Full Send, and that will be them tying up the set. Also, hip-hop hippie.
I really, really think that when you're in that last couple of moments of the game, you're short on time and your chances of winning the game start to go down, I think you can start playing a lot more risky. Because if your chances of winning a fight are better than your chances of winning the game, even if that fight is disadvantageous for you, it can become worth it to take that fight as time starts to dwindle and you know that it's now or never. In that moment, the Nautilus really didn't have the ability to back up into mid. They were too pressed for time. They needed to try and get a lot of value there, and they managed to hold their ground and get that value. I really respect those aggressive plays like that.
Very much so as well. You'll love to see kind of risky plays being rewarded, even if they might not be technically the smartest or safest decision. You still love to see it. But we're going back to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge yet again. We saw this, I believe, just in the previous set, so it's fun to see it come back. Unfortunately, no fun Octobrush shenanigans to see, but regardless, yeah. If they didn't change up any comps for Tower and Inkblot, I really don't see that happening here as well, so I think it's expect that they'll stick with the Splatling Machine Splash core. But we're coming in, and I expect to be proven completely wrong. We're fine thus far. And nope, everything's the same.
I do think both these teams are very confident in these comps. It's clear that they have designed these comps to be as versatile as possible, which I think is a fairly strong mentality to have. Being able to have versatile comps that work in every map mode are also going to work in a wide range of situations, so you're going to end up being able to be a lot more flexible with how you play the game. And even when the game gets scrappy, you're going to be able to make a lot work from it.
Very much so. Mid control is just kind of a total bloodbath right now. Liam getting off the Booyah Bomb, and Jack with the Crab Tank, though, is definitely putting out a lot of pressure as mid slowly begins to turn orange. Shockwave grabbing the Rainmaker, and they're actually going to push it left? Actually, never mind. They decided to make the smart decision. Never mind.
Yeah, I think that left push is only really an option if you've just wiped the enemy, and even then it can almost just be faster to take it the other way.
Yeah, I honestly am not sure if there's any scenario in which it's faster unless you just happen to basically already be there. Unfortunately, though, Shockwave has gotten pushed so far back in trying to stay safe that he's basically shot himself into a corner here. But at the same time, the other members of Bet are getting really distracted here, but Straw Hat here is pushed up, and they will pop the Booyah Bomb here too. Liam able to get a pick on Citrus, but now that's 3 down on full send, so Straw Hat here kind of left to deal with this Rainmaker.
Yeah, and it's kind of awkward to grab it there. And I think that having the Rainmaker in that slightly awkward spot might just buy full send enough time to prevent this checkpoint, but no. They are going to be able to grab this, which is going to be pretty huge for them. If they can push past this, it's going to be a very easy time pushing to just a very strong lead. But then again, it's also easy for the enemy to do that. So this checkpoint, getting past it is just going to be huge for either team here.
Very much so. This one splash is under a lot of pressure, and they are able to back off and survive. Mid control is pretty much solidly in the favor of Bet right now, and they haven't let up on this aggression whatsoever. This is almost certainly going to be an extended lead even further. But at the same time here, Full Send hasn't lost any members. Booyah Bomb is putting out a lot of pressure, helping them stay staggered, and also the Ink Storm is going to put out a lot of chip damage. And also one of the Crab Tanks here is putting out a lot of pressure too. But then Bet pulls out the Crab Tank to counter it as well, and I just don't even know what.
And it's just a bloodbath at the moment. Both teams are just fighting each other really hard, especially with those Crab Tanks. But it does look like Bet is going to be able to start to try and push a little bit further forward. And here we see they've broken past the checkpoint. And they have managed to get it all the way down to 34. That's really the power of getting past it on this map. You can see that the only place where they're stopped is kind of the place where it starts to slope back upwards, which is just a testament to how powerful high ground is in this game. But they push it all the way down to 30, perfectly activating Full Send's last-ditch effort. And we can see that Full Send is really... That Nautilus was really in a strange situation there. And Full Send has gone pretty much all the way down. Just that one splash the Rainmaker is going to reset though. But it does look like a Crab Tank is potentially going to come out here soon.
Very much true. It's just a little more than 90 seconds left in the game here. This one splash is really putting out a lot of pressure on the enemy snipe. This is a meme from years ago, but it's like... I remember someone saying the most painful call-out to make is Hydra on our bunker, and the Crab Tank on their snipe was really a lot like that. The lead gets pushed down even further to 26, and Lucina and Clef here have not given up whatsoever. They do still kind of have the man advantage, but one of them going down is very unfortunate. Straw Hat forced to dive for it, but they will go down. But Clef here is still trying to shark it out. Now, Full Send has won a game through pretty rough odds just a second ago, and they are getting mid-control as we speak, and they still have a little less than a full minute left to go. But this machine here is putting a lot of pressure. The splash will bring them down for it, though, which is kind of a hard loss to take. But at the same time... Yeah, go ahead.
Here's a Crab Tank coming out from Full Send. Gonna get a lot of control here. But it's not quite going to be able to break through that. The Rainmaker is actually going to kind of block the Crab Tank's shots a decent amount, and they're not going to be able to pop it. The Rainmaker shield acting as an actual shield. And here we see Full Send is potentially going to be able to dunk the checkpoint here, which is going to be very, very good for them. If you can get this checkpoint, then it's kind of smooth sailing past that. But you can see so many burst bombs getting thrown at that Rainmaker. Absolutely insane. That's just the power of last effort burst bombs, honestly. And now we can see that the game is going to end here, and that is going to be game 2 for Bet, I believe.
That's very much true. It seemed like Full Send had a perfect opportunity to dunk the checkpoint there, but it's just their decisions were being dictated by fear. I think it's just, for one, they kept going at least 1 down, which is really not what you need at the moment, let alone 2 down. But also, just they weren't able to displace anybody on in such a prime defensive position, which really hurt them in the long haul. So, on the whole, just kind of, unfortunately, too little too late from Full Send for that one. But they do still have 2 games left. It is match point in favor of Bet here, but who's to say, really? We're going to TC on Undertow now, and Full Send did win the first tower game, so... it could go either way, I suppose.
Yeah, this is going to be really hype either way. At this point, Full Send is kind of backed up into a wall. They really can't win, or they can't lose another game here, or else they're knocked into loser's bracket. So this is just going to be really high stakes in general.
Very much so. Plus, Undertow can get really kind of staggery towards the ladder checkpoints. Again, a lot like Mako Mart, but I don't know. It is still a pretty well-rounded map on the whole, at least in my opinion.
I think the reason why I say this map is so similar to Mako Mart is because after you get the tower control to that second checkpoint, it's you're just gonna have to like jump on if you even can. I forget if you even can jump up there, but you really need to take control of that. Like it goes underneath that area that the enemy is gonna have control of. So you need to take control of that, and then if you don't, as the tower moves to the second checkpoint, you're gonna have a really hard time. So you need to be able to like take control of that and potentially get up there. I'm actually not sure if you can get up into the enemy's spawn by jumping off of the tower on this map. A part of me would assume that you could, but I don't actually know if it's possible.
Yeah, I also am not 100% certain, but it wouldn't surprise me either. But, yeah. As far as comps go, we've seen the same comp 3 games in a row. I'm not expecting that much change at all, so indeed, Bet coming through with the heavy machine splash, and we actually have a T-Tech on the side of Full Send.
3 cheers for weapon variety.
I know, it's only the, probably, they decided to use, we are now seeing all 4 of like the 4 most popular weapons in the game right now. So, crazy. But Shockwave has spared no expense in making a good opening here. I think they went with the T-Tech to kind of give them more popping power. Wait, it's tower, never mind. But yeah, it's the GG Ink Strike for tower control, so yeah. But unfortunately, it's just Shockwave here, but he's not giving up this aggressive position, but he will get called out for it. So that is a delayed wipe from Full Send, but still, that's a pretty solid opening to take. But then, again, that is Bet getting control of mid pretty solidly here.
Yeah, and you can see that they have gotten past that first checkpoint, which admittedly is pretty much just a speed bump, but it is a speed bump that exists, and here we see a Bria Bomb coming out, and Tri-Strikes as well, going to really do nothing but stall that tower out. And we can see that the splash on Bet is going to go down for it. And we can see that Nautilus is going to get a whole lot of pressure here, getting that Ink Storm out. It's going to be very, very good for them.
Every little bit of chip damage helps, whatever brings you to 100. Shockwave able to get a nice pick on the heavy, able to... Okay, I don't know how he got the kill in that gap, but that's some fall off if I've ever seen it. Bet trying to widen this lead even further, even though they were 2 down. They do have a crab tank at the ready, but never mind, I guess they don't. But, I don't know, just a total bloodbath in mid here, but that is 2 down on Bet. Shockwave has been playing aggressively so far, like so much throughout, and we see the tornadoes come out able to bring down Citrus. This could be lead in favor of Full Send, but this crab tank, when nobody expects it, is going for the fall off, but that isn't enough to stop the push either.
Yeah, it's still just like tied up right now. Neither team can really push past this first checkpoint, and you can see that Full Send has gone 2 down now. And that's going to give Bet their chance to try and push past this. Those burst bombs are going to be coming out from that splash, getting a whole lot of pressure here. And they are also going to try and get a crab tank going as well.
Losing the machine there is really unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter when you have the GG Ink Strike at the ready. Bet has taken lead once again, but it's not really that much to write home about, but they have taken 2 down on Full Send, so they're able to contest, or like able to push it even further, make that delayed 3 down, and they're on their way to the last checkpoint now. They are 2 down, but so is Full Send. They're in a really solid spot here with 15 ticks left. This could be the set right here, unless Shockwave is able to make a miracle happen, which they just aren't. Mars able to get the kill, Jack going for tower, but the machine able to bring them down. Liam has to get a triple here in order to win, but it won't happen, and that will be Bet moving on to winners semis.
Very, very well played from Bet there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was really intense there. So I don't think you actually can jump from tower onto the snipe until you get to that second checkpoint. So that is a key difference, kind of reverse from Mako Mart. But yeah, I still do think it is a very, very similar map. But that is going to be the end of this set. Very well played from both teams. Both teams are very confident in their comps, very confident in their gameplay. I do really like how aggressive Shockwave was just throughout all of those games. Moving a lot of bold plays.
It was definitely a hard-fought set across the board, and Shockwave was very entertaining to watch. Definitely reminds you that, hey, Nautilus is, like, really good, even if crabs and leader and all that nonsense might make you forget about it.
Yeah, but that is the end of the set. We are going to go on a very short break here, I believe. So yeah, I guess we're gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere, because we're gonna go to winners finals next, I believe. Am I right? Have I learned how double elimination works?
Something like that, yeah.
It's semifinals. I'll learn one of these days. But yeah, see you then. We'll be right back.
Sets are only getting harder from here. Don't go away.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello and welcome back to Squid Junction 38. I'm Asect, joined here by Riley, and today we're gonna see Consuela Co again, fighting We Signed Up on Time. Their name is a little bit longer than that. I think their full name is like This Is Me because We Signed Up on Time. No clue what the actual lore behind that name is, what that name is, but it's kind of silly.
I mean, presumably the lore is that they signed up on time, but I guess we'll never know unless we ask them ourselves. But regardless, yes.
I think most teams in this tournament did sign up on time, actually. So
fair enough. Also have to acknowledge the fact that it's in all caps, just for added effect. But yes, Consuela and company, we've seen them on stream about 2 rounds ago, but just as a refresher, this is a pickup with Pelu and Prophet from Salute, Landon from DNA, and Beanie, who's just kind of a pretty good Charger player. Meanwhile, This Is Me because we signed up on time. We have not seen these people on stream. This is a pickup consisting of Nitro, Boopy, Kara, and Jisha, who are all kind of Div 1-ish players. Regardless, though, going into the game, it is...
Oh my god.
Yeah, zones on Inkblot. We see Landon going off the Octobrush earlier, going straight to Junior, but also triple splash.
Triple splash and a T-Tech. I don't like this comp very much, actually. I think this comp, they just have no way to control space. I think they really just have to try and fight here, and that's all they can really do. And I think we're going to see them wiping a lot, which is not what you want to see in splat zones. But here we do they do take a fairly dominant opening. I guess their plan really relies on them having that crab tank at the ready. But one of the crab tanks does get taken out by a splat bomb from Landon, I believe, which is very good. That's going to really stagger them a lot. And here we can see that they really don't have any way to control this space of zone right now. And the T-Tech is going to get a very nice bomb kill on that splash. But they are going to go down. And while they are in control of the zone right now, they're kind of staggering a little bit right now, and I do think, I just don't think this game is going to go very well for them. But you never know. They're in winners semis.
That was an amazing bomb kill from Boopy back there. But regardless, yeah, one of the splashes on the side of Consuela and company has gone down. We signed up on time is well past 50 now, and they had the ink strike to kind of make life harder for the crab tank and just kind of Consuela and company in general. The Junior has gone down, which is their biggest source of paint, which means that We Signed Up on Time is able to kind of push this lead even further. Prophet trying to make something happen, but it's just not happening. The Charger here is trying to find out something from the side, but there's no angle they can take. They need to get something now, but it just doesn't seem like their aggression is online, so it seems like that's going to be We Signed Up on Time taking game 1 in a heartbeat.
Wow, okay. That was sure something. They made the quad shooter work.
Wow, a quad shooter comp worked? I'm so shocked. But
actually, no, quad shooter actually isn't very good in this game, because, like, in Splatoon 2, quad shooter was hard carried by Squeezer and C-Jet. There aren't any good long-range shooters in this game. Going for a quad shooter comp means you're going for a quad frontline comp. No range to be found. I think Crab Tank really helps with that, but it's still... It's a kind of fragile comp. If you don't have a Crab Tank, then you can't control space.
I mean, that's all well and fair, but I don't know. I'm kind of curious as to how Consuela and company will... adjust to this, as it were. Like, will they try to, switch gears and go to quad frontline? Because I could be very well wrong on this, because when she was, like, on in comp, I was still, like, not really paying that much attention. But I vaguely remember Beanie playing, like, K-Gal in Splatoon 2, so I think they are capable of kind of the aggro shooters if needed. But, I mean, they have been doing well on leader, but it's just kind of, I don't know, something to think about.
Yeah, and here we're going into Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge. Definitely something I don't think quad shooter will work as well on a very open map. I think it's going to be a lot better to have something with range. At least like a machine, so you have that midline presence, and so you can actually kind of hold space to any extent. Without just having to rely on yourself a lot.
And that all is kind of true. But I don't know, we saw Consuela and company perform well on here with the, like on this map before, on Rainmaker. But that was mainly a result of Landon on the Octobrush. Again, I'm just really hoping to see them come back to that here, but at the same time, I'm guessing it's like they really wanna, like they really well to make it this far. Maybe now is not the time to screw around with off meta. So, I mean, who's to say?
Yes, indeed, but I do believe we are going to be headed to this next game very, very soon. Interested to see what kind of comps they run. If they change up their quad shooter comp, or if they just stick with it. That's definitely something really bold to pull out.
Very much true. Aside from Consuela and company, we have the ink brush coming through. This is what I know Landon for. And shockingly, no triple splash, I almost said triple zap, for We Signed Up on Time. And in fact, it's the V-Shot rather than the T-Tech, which is kind of a increasingly rarer sight now that T-Tech exists, or more specifically, now that Ink Strike got buffed. But regardless, here we are.
And we're seeing Consuela Co. just getting a lot more control here. Here we can see that the quad shooter comp just isn't working out for We Signed Up on Time. Just because, as I said, they're having trouble just stopping Consuela and Co. from just going everywhere on the map. They don't really have anything to actually stop them from just being able to take that control.
That is true here, but Landon is able to poke effectively, able to get a nice bomb kill. The Gal is able to just barely bring them down, though, but the V-Shot here is in kind of a precarious spot here. Boopy also under quite a bit of pressure, but Beanie has gone down. But Landon will be able to pick up the ball and get it in, with Prophet carrying the clams on the back foot here. But that push might not last that much longer, but Kara was not really able to stop Pelu in their tracks, and in fact, that's 2 down on We Signed Up on Time. Consuela Co's got a pretty good push cooking here. Are they able to extend it here? It looks like Beanie is able to just barely reach basket, but Landon on the back foot with Pelu, and Prophet with even more clams. That's going to be past 50 already.
Yeah, very, very strong push here. They really didn't get a lot of... They didn't really set up control around basket that well, but they managed to just constantly dip in and out for those claims. And ooh, here we see a really, really interesting shark. A burst bomb being thrown, going to give that brush just a little bit more space, but they do manage to get found. And so they are going to try to run here, do what Brush does best. Are they jumping back? I think they did just jump back. Yes, they did. And that's going to give We Signed Up on Time just a little bit of control that they need to potentially push forwards here.
Indeed, We Signed Up on Time does have the man advantage. I take that back, but like mid control is still mostly split. This particular splash here under a lot of pressure from Tank and the Killer Whale. That's kind of another thing, is that Inkbrush's Killer Whale, like, it doesn't do a perfect job of sniffing out the opponent, but it does give you a general idea of where they are. And when you're fighting a bunch of frontline weapons that have the capability to shark, even if it's not in their best interest, it is still useful information here. But regardless, this splash, in a lot of pressure, able to get one of the members of Consuela Company dealt with, but that isn't going to stop them from busting the basket open. Able to kind of chain clams along. We see the Zuka here trying to make something happen, but they will get by the leader here. Prophet gonna have to say goodbye. But yeah, that kind of looks like that's the end of the push, but Pelu is coming through. If they're able to get a push here, never mind, able to to bolster it even further, and they do still have some clams left. If Consuela and company just are fights and trailing in 1-by-1, this might be good for them, but it's just Beanie left alive, and they are in quite a bit of danger at this point, and We Signed Up on Time already making their way into the spawn of Consuela and company.
Yeah, and this crab tank coming out is going to be very, very good for We Signed Up on Time. They're just going to be able to get a lot done with it. Going to be able to get a lot of space. And here we see them getting a score, but going 3 down in the process. It's very likely that they could wipe here, but the splash is kind of playing far back. And just kind of shocking, so I don't think they actually are going to wipe. We can see that We Signed Up on Time is already flooding back out. But Consuela Co Co has a lot of control here. So we can see that We Signed Up on Time is just going to have to play around this leader.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. They were able to get, basket open, but they went 3 down instantly. Boopy was just kind of hanging out in mid, and I could tell that they saw Landon, like, out of the corner of their eye doing something or other, and they were hanging back to, just keep an eye on it. But, I don't know, it just kind of meant that not everybody was on the exact same page, and they kind of suffered for it. But regardless, Consuela Co got another push off, and oh my gosh, what is Pelu doing? I don't think they know.
Yeah, that's actually going to be really good for them. They only need 2 more clams to get the lead. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can push back in, but no. This is going to be a fairly big penalty, but We Signed Up on Time has a lot of ground to cover. They've gotten exactly 1 ball in and nothing else at the moment, so they are really going to be pressed for time. But they also have about 40 seconds left, so it's really... They're going to have to take out something beautiful here in order to get the game, but we have seen beautiful plays before. It's anyone's game here still. It's really likely that We Signed Up on Time is not going to get this push out. But yeah, no, it looks like they are going to opt to back out. They really are going to be pressed for time to get this ball in. And nope, that's going to be a wipeout.
That
is going to be game 2 for Consuela Co.
That was a beautiful snipe from Beanie. But also, like, you have a clam. Give it to Profit so that you can score an end. They just want to farm KA here. I'm not sure what's going on, but they did get the clam formed and into basket. That was kind of a strange ending, but still, that was really well played.
Yeah, we could see Consuela Co really, really abuse the fact that We Signed Up on Time just didn't control any space. Like, they weren't able to really get control of anything that game.
Yeah,
I think if they had something like a squeezer or a jet squelcher, for example, then the quad shooter could have worked because they would have been able to contest that space and contest control. But it just doesn't work out that well because you have no range.
Now, I mean, I know that the logic behind all of this is like, hey, we have Crab Tank range, but like that's still only having enough range for about 8 seconds. So, they'll only get you but so far. But still, I think We Signed Up on Time wasn't really expecting to deal with that level of aggression from Consuela and company. So they just kind of got staggered and weren't really able to recover from it. But it is tower on Hagglefish now, which is kind of a bit more slow-paced, so I'm not too sure. Kind of curious as to if we'll see the Ink Brush again, but I'm not too sure. I kind of hope they don't go back to triple splash, just because that's slightly less fun to watch if you're me, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I mean, I don't really care. I think, like, I think a lot of people think Splash is boring, but it's pretty much just if you took every single weapon in the game and smushed it together. I think it's like, it's still Splatoon at its core. Pretty much the essence, the pure essence of being good at Splatoon is knowing how to play Splash. You have to know how to play support and paint. You have to know how to fight close range. You have to know how to use crab tanks and be able to hold a lot of space from behind and know how to balance all 3 of those things. Every single playstyle in the entire game, pretty much. Having enough mobility to be able to stall out fights like a dually. It's just really versatile. You can do a little bit of everything, and I think that's part of why it's so good right now.
I mean, that is kind of true, but I don't know. I think it's just a matter of, like, Splash is, like, I don't know. It's the best weapon that has Crab, and I think that's kind of what is driving it. I don't know. I do still feel like I don't know where I was going with that. It's something about L3. Like, that has a much higher skill ceiling, but at the same time, you don't have Burst Bomb, and it's just a lot harder to deal with. But that's neither here nor there. Back to Triple Splash and T-Tech.
Here we are seeing Crab Tanks coming out from Consuela Co. Actually getting Crab Tank first, even though they have 2 splashes. Getting a lot of value out of this. And especially coming out of that Crab, they're going to fight the T-Tech, but unfortunately they're going to lose that fight. And here we see they're really being able to push Consuela Co back, or push We Signed Up on Time back pretty far. But they are going to start to go down here, especially that that leader popping a Wave Breaker that's kind of far back. I'm not quite sure why they popped that, but I guess it does end up holding the space underneath glass pretty well. And here we see it's just the splash on We Signed Up on Time. They're going to be walking backwards, just trying to get jumps to their team retreat. But Consuela Co is going to get a lot of space off that, and they're going to be able to push it very, very far forwards. You can really see that We Signed Up on Time is forced to stick really close together because that's the only way they can help each other. And they're really clumped up. But we are going to see Wavebreaker coming out on tower with the leader potentially going to be pushing it here. But no, they opt to stick off tower just because it's a little safer and they will be forced to jump out.
Yeah, the T-Tech going down there meant that they weren't going to have Ink Strike, which is really good for Consuela and Co's push. And, I mean, that's still 2 down for We Signed Up on Time. Now would be a decent opportunity to push up. And they do have the Crab Tank on tower too. In fact, they're just kind of dumping out all their specials here. Might be a bit early, but, I mean, it is what it is. They have the Crab and Ink Strike ready for We Signed Up on Time. Indeed, dumping out both of those. Is Landon able to get the fall off of the ledge? No, not quite, but it could potentially soften them up for another opponent. But no, that's 2 down on Consuela and company now. And Jisha able to kind of push up here just a little bit here. But at the same time, the leader is one of the ones left alive, so that's still not really something you want to be looking at. But the Crab Tank, able to put out a lot of pressure, but a bomb able to deal with it as well from Landon.
Yeah, I think that's just really strong, being able to have that bomb hitting the back of the Crab Tank. I think that Crab Tank's vulnerability spot, I really do think if they made that spot bigger, it would be a very, very good balance change. But here we're seeing We Signed Up on Time going 2 down to Consuela Co. That's going to extend, kind of just eat some more time, passing through the halfway point of the game just as we speak. Now they're going to start being able to potentially play time here. Just start thinking about it a little bit. We see Wavebreaker coming out, as well as an Ink Mine on tower. That leader is going to be able to get a lot of space here. Crab Tank's going to come out, kind of try and bug them a little bit. That Ink Mine is going to go off, though, which is just going to keep a little bit of paint on tower. Crab Tank's coming out from Consuela and Co. Splash is... the splashes are really just... They're kind of just chilling far back. Both teams are playing fairly safely. That Tri-Strike is going to come onto the tower, but it's not going to be able to get much value. And Consuela Co. is going to break through that first checkpoint. With less than 2 minutes on the clock, they can really just start stalling for time just a little bit here. Not a super large amount, but it's to the point to where they can start to think about trying to waste time, trying to force trades, because We Signed Up on Time is starting to get their back pushed up against the wall here by the timer.
We kind of missed it a bit back there, but We Signed Up on Time had a push, and Beanie just sniped the Crab on tower like it was nothing. That was really beautiful, in a sense. But regardless, less than 90 seconds left in the game now. This is by no means an impassable lead, but it's still not really something you want to be looking at. There are all 3 Crabs online for We Signed Up on Time. Consuela & Co. decides to burn theirs, and one of the Crabs for We Signed Up on Time goes down as well, for that matter. Boopie's under a lot of pressure. They will be staying alive, and in fact, that's one of the Crabs. Like, that's both of them going down for We Signed Up on Time. I don't think they got a single one off. And there's less than a minute left in the game now. Yeah, to quote Dr. Zoidberg, I guess the rubber band's on the other claw now.
I don't even know what that means. But we are going to be... We're heading into the last 30 seconds of the game. So many Crab Tanks are coming out. I think We Signed Up on Time is trying to use their specials to get some value here, but they don't really get a lot out of it. Just managing to force a trade, which is actually good for Consuela & Co. The less players that are in the lobby, the less things that are going to be able to happen. In the more time you're going to lose. So forcing trades is really going to be good for Consuela & Co. right now, if they really have to. We Signed Up on Time being 2 down is going to really cripple their push. But we do see that Splash coming from behind, trying to fight here. But we do see that We Signed Up on Time has control of the tower, but as soon as I speak, Consuela & Co. has managed to grab it.
That started to look really scary for Consuela and company. We saw Pilu try to go for a flank behind tower, but they got caught out by all 3 of them. But Landon was able to, in the heat of the moment, bring down one of them. And also Beanie, able to put out pressure from a distance, was able to kind of put a stop to all that. So that was nation there from the end. Because, like, prior to that, we saw Boopy get some kills, and they tried to get a kill on Beanie, but couldn't. And honestly, I feel like if they had gotten that kill, that may very well could have been game for them right there. But still, that little bit of survival and then the coordination that followed was really well played. So now it's match point in favor of Consuela and company, but we're going to Rainmaker Flounder, so...
Yeah, Rainmaker Flounder is just such an interesting map. I really like Flounder in general. It's interesting, it's fun. There's just so many places you can move, and it's very distinct from all the other Splatoon 3 maps because of that.
Very much so. Again, like, this is a map where weapons such as buckets can really thrive, but we don't really have any of those yet. But I don't know. I think it's just... I feel like Landon has truly gotten into, like, their comfort zone with the ink brush, and they've really been thriving as a result of it. Meanwhile, we signed up on time. I don't know. I could see them going back to, like, shot solely for... I mean V-shot here, solely for, like, that tiny edge in terms of popping power. But I don't know. I feel like they might very well stick with just full-on meta here. But who's to say?
Yeah, I mean, for the record, I don't think what we signed up on time is doing is meta. You don't see this very often. Quad shooter is a bit of an off-meta pick in a weird way. It's throwing it's throwing a bunch of meta weapons together in just a strange way. In a way that doesn't really let you have much control or pressure on the enemy team, which forces you to just fight them. And if the enemy team doesn't let you fight them, then you're kind of just out of luck there.
I mean, in a way, I guess that's true. It's vaguely reminiscent of something that FLC once said in regards to Splatoon 2, where it's like, in order to test if a comp works is to, like, have it fight 4 T-Techs that just hold forward the whole time. And that, like, if it can do that, then it works. So, I don't know. I guess they're just trying to keep them on the back foot as much as possible, but I don't know. It worked in Game 1, but they need to severely kind of switch up their game plan if they want to pull anything out here, because Consuela Co is definitely looking a lot more comfortable these past 2 games.
Yeah, it does seem like, I don't know. I really wonder if they're going to change up their comp, or if they're going to try to stick with the quad shooter. I don't know which one I know which one I want to see, honestly, because I still do think quad shooter is fairly interesting to watch. Like, I especially noticed, like, Boopy had some... There's just a point in the last game, which we saw on stream, where Boopy was just having absolutely really good movement. And I think that's part of the reason why shooters were so fun to watch for me, just because, I don't know, I'm a big fan of movement. And in this game, movement has been increased even more. Every single weapon is even more mobile than before. And I think it's just really fun to watch.
Okay, yeah, that is a good point. I mean, technically you can say that anything can have good movement, but shooter is probably the best thing at, like, fighting while doing that. It's kind of elegant in a sense. And, I don't know, maybe I just kind of don't give quad shooter much credit because the game, like, Splatoon 3 is still not complete. Like, most of the weapons in the game are shooters. And once Fresh Season rolls around, roughly a third of the weapons in the game will be shooters. So, I mean, yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of them, but that's mainly just because of sheer volume. So, I don't know, it's hard to say. But, I don't know. At the same time, Splatoon 2 did have more shooters that were, like, definitely different playstyles rather than just a weapon for all seasons, as it were. I don't know what I'm saying. Point is, I'm guessing that the 2 teams are trying to really think this through. Like, they aren't really sure what to go with here.
It seems like we're just still on the waiting for players to join screen, so I'm not quite sure what's up. But I honestly think that I think I can kind of see what they're going for, putting so many of these new specials on shooters right now. Because, like, NZAP 89 that has Super Chump. I'm assuming that Sploosh has Kraken or something. L3D likely has Kraken. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it Burst Kraken. That thing about seeing Torpedo in the card actually isn't necessarily true, because someone I know actually looked into that, and like the person who's running the L3D is actually in another promotion, and you can see that they have a hairstyle that would also put a blue blob there. So it isn't necessarily Torpedo. I really wouldn't be surprised if it was Burst Bomb Kraken to reference the Splatoon 1 kit, because they've been doing that a lot. But I think they really just want to try to put these new specials on shooters just to really kind of give them a test. I think putting the new specials on things that are a bit more gimmicky isn't going to really give them a good impression of how well balanced they are, while just putting them on generalist weapons like NZAP 89, it's going to be getting a decent amount of super chumps, and they already know that the main weapon is solid, and it's just like vanilla. And so putting the special on that weapon is really going to give Nintendo the insight they need into balancing this, both of the new specials, both super chump and Kraken.
Okay, that is fair. And for the record, I do kind of agree with the thing about L3D. I don't necessarily believe it has Torpedo. I tried to look at the card, and I don't see any sort of red tip. There was kind of a card next to it that definitely had a torpedo on it, but it was definitely not a part of the table turf drawing. It was not in the style at all. It was pretty much just a PNG. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's the comparison image. Like, that image has a torpedo put next to it in the same orientation.
Oh, yeah, I'm smart. Never mind. But still, looking at the actual card, like, I don't really see it. But at the same time, I could just be, like, Hopium, because I want L3D to have Burst Bomb, because I like L3, and I want to use it. Especially L3D, because I think it's definitely the coolest looking recolor that we've gotten thus far, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. I think all the recolors look really cool. I'm a big fan of the Silver Splash and the Silver Sploosh. I think those look so clean. I really like the direction they're going with just the graphic design of all of the weapons. I think changing the colors wildly is really good. Like the blue Rapid Blaster. Love that. It looks so good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool too.
I think a key thing to think about is they have 2 specials they're adding to the season, and they have 11 weapons that they're adding in this season as well. That basically means every single one of these weapons, if they want there to be a good amount, like Splatoon 2 ended with like 5 weapons with each of the new specials. 5 weapons with Stamp, 5 weapons with Booyah. I think that would be a good archetype to go for. Like, maybe closer to 3 or 4 of the weapons. But that still means that each of those weapons is very likely to get one of the new specials. I think L3D is a really good contender for getting Kraken, and if they put Kraken on it, they're almost certainly putting Burst Bomb on it, because they're going to want to reference that special. L3D hasn't gotten Torpedo before, but it sure has gotten Burst Bomb a lot of times, and it has had Burst Bomb Kraken as well.
Fair enough. I mean, it sounds like a solid enough kit, but I don't know. The only point I can make while we're talking about this, for the record, we should be going into the match relatively soon here. Apparently one of the members of We Signed Up on Time had to use the restroom. But going back to that, a lot of people have made the point of like Kraken being in the same game as Hammer and Reef Slider, and Super Chumps being in the same game as Missiles. That's something I'm kind of starting to get weary of, is like, when they added Booyah and Hammer in Splatoon 2, that made sense because they weren't really similar to any other special that existed. But here, it's like we have a better version of Missiles, except it still exists in the same game as Missiles, so like, what's the point? Now, I know that not every weapon that has Missiles is in a spot right now, but it's still just kind of like, why bother? Like, I feel like they could have just had these weapons in the game at the start, and not bothered putting in the others. Because, I don't know, you could make the argument that maybe they didn't exist at launch, but I don't know. I don't really know how much I buy that. It wouldn't surprise me if they had the idea but were holding out. I'm not too sure. I kind of hope that... I don't see them adding any more specials, but if they... hopefully they'll be, like, different enough. But that's a completely different story. Moving into the game now, though, we do see the Ink Brush coming back, and Boopy on the Tri-Slosher. Speaking of weapons that are, you know, coming soon.
Yeah, the Tri-Slosher still hasn't been released. I'm excited. Hopefully we'll get more announcements Monday, but we are headed into this game. We're seeing Tri-Slosher is such an interesting pick. I think it is very good on this map. You can just play around the terrain very well. I think Inkjet is still kind of weird, but I really like it. Watching Inkjet is so much fun. But we are seeing that crab tank coming out from We Signed Up on Time, and they do get an early little advantage here, which is actually going to be really good for them. There's a decent chance that they're going to be able to get this pick here. Actually, wait, are the teams switched? Oh, the teams are the team colors are switched, actually. We Signed Up on Time is actually on the blue team, I believe. So this is an early lead for Consuela Co. Unless they completely switch their comps, which would be really weird. But we're seeing a Tri-Slosher go down from We Signed Up on Time, which is going to be not that great for them. That Tri-Slosher is kind of just the variety that their comp needs in order to really do well. Like, variety is strength in this game. And like, you can have versatile weapons, but you still need to have that variety. Without that Tri-Slosher in the game, it's... If you can play around one splash, you can play around 3 splashes as well. But there we see the Tri-Slosher going down 2-on-2. It's just the brush left on Consuela Co. And they are going to try and hold their ground here, getting a lot of value, stalling out for their team. But they are going to finally go down, but not before We Signed Up on Time is going to be able to grab the Rainmaker and get that crab tank going.
Yeah, the first checkpoint on this map is kind of nothing, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're able to break that, especially if you do the same kind of jump trick that Pelu utilized a second ago. We see this splash here trying to sniff out Landon here on the side, but one of the crab tanks for Consuela and company is putting out a lot of pressure here. But still, We Signed Up on Time, not really feeling comfortable with pushing yet. Landon able to get a nice trade, but indeed, Boopy here on the Rainmaker, able to get it through the checkpoint. Not quite at lead yet, though, but still, Consuela and company is in... Consuela and company is in a pretty decent defensive position here, but not for long as Landon goes down, and they will be taking lead. Actually, Jisha, for some reason, taking it to the left, and that allows them to go down to the crab? Well, okay,
yeah, they do.
Terra's in the spot as well, so that will be lead. So it's a easily fixable mistake.
Yeah, I don't think this is a super big lead here as well. The Toxic Mist coming out from the Tri-Slosher is going to get some value here. I honestly think Toxic Mist is just a little bit underrated at the moment. I think just it's not really on many good weapons right now. But we do see the Tri-Slosher going down, and it is just the splashes left to fight this. Captain coming out from Consuela and Co. Going to be able to get a lot of value here, trying to push We Signed Up on Time back. While they have a fairly strong lead, it definitely isn't the end-all be-all. It's not the end of the world at all. And here we see Boopy sharking in an absolutely insane spot, getting that pick out of nowhere pretty much. Getting that Toxic Mist down as well. It's going to be big for them.
Yeah, Boopy kind of showing how good Tri-Slosher can be here. That's kind of the thing. Now, Inkjet is fun to watch, especially if it's coming from a good player, but yeah, Tri is not something a lot of people think about, because Mist, while it is kind of underrated, it's still not something a lot of people think about. And also, I don't think it's that controversial to say that Inkjet kind of sucks right now, and it's the worst it's ever been by a mile, just because it has to deal with crabs and leader, and also the fact that its shot hitbox is like way smaller for no real reason. But, I mean, that is the kind of play that shows off that, hey, this thing is an absolutely freaking stupid main weapon. And, you know, that's kind of why people want Burst Bomb on it, because, like, I don't know, if it gets to good enough kit, it's gonna freaking explode in usage. I can feel it in my bones. But, again, less than a minute in this game now, and Consuela and company trying to get some control in mid. Krabs trying to put out some pressure. 30 seconds now. Prophet able to get a really nice pick on the try here. No one else on that wall. If they're able to get some more picks here, that could be exactly what they need. Beanie running for it here, but the Mist able to stop it. That's 2 down with 20 seconds left. They might be able to get some sort of pop power going if they can get some picks, but it's not looking likely here. Prophet in a kind of strange position here. Able to get a pick on Boopy, though. If they're able to get a pick on, like, Jisha, they could very well take this here if they're able to pop it, but they have 3 seconds. This is not looking great.
Oof. We are going into Game 5 of this set. It's pretty even here. definitely excited to see what happens here. This is going to be really hype. But I think both teams play that very well. I think that Toxic Mist kind of came in clutch a little bit there at the end, preventing that, like stopping all that Rainmaker's momentum and preventing them from getting far forwards. I do still think it is fairly underrated. I think it's better than, say, Sprinkler right now. Though that admittedly isn't a very high bar. I think it is very good. I do think a really nice change would be to make Toxic Mist mark people and then just merge it with Point Sensor. I think that'd be a very good change.
Yeah, that would be nice as well. I also think it would be nice if Sprinkler painted more than a suction bomb, but, I mean, come on. That's... I don't know, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, unfortunately, it seemed like Consuela and company just weren't all on the same page. They definitely could have gotten Pop and taken lead there, but they just kind of got their priorities scrambled, which was really kind of unfortunate. But they do still have an opportunity here. It's Game 5, and it's Eeltail Clan Blitz.
Yeah, I honestly really like this map. This map is just cool. I think a lot of people think it's bad, but I don't really think it's that bad. You can see that it's not bad because neither of these teams banned this. They were fine with this being a game of 5, and I think it's just because Eeltail, it just plays differently from other maps in the game. If you try to play Eeltail like a Splatoon 2 maps, then you're going to have a bad time, and it's gonna feel terrible. You have to play it like a Splatoon 3 map, not a Splatoon 2 map. You really have to be able to just get enough resources to slingshot your team through mid and then hold the team past mid. Because mid is like not a nice place to be. There's so many angles you can get killed from. There's so many places that the enemy team can just set up. It's just, it doesn't feel good. But then once you get past there, if you can move past mid, then it's so good. You become so much more comfortable, and the enemy team can do a lot less to stop you. So you really just need to slingshot yourself through that.
Yeah, true. Now, obviously, Crab very good on this map. I wouldn't be surprised to see the triple splash stick around. But honestly, I feel like Try can be good on this map as well, just because it has those kind of height differences around mid, and particularly near the baskets, that could be abused very well. But I don't know. Landon's brush has just been so effective on Clan Blitz here that I feel like he's definitely going to be stepping up to the plate on this one.
Yeah, having a brush on Clam Blitz is very, very good. It's really good at getting clams, and it's just really good at moving around in general, honestly.
Very much so. But we're going back to the T-Tech for Boopy, and Consuela and company coming through with the exact same thing that we've been seeing. No real reason to change it up, because that's just what's working.
And the whale is coming out from the brush right now. Gonna get a decent amount of value, and the crab tank is gonna come out as well. Splash is gonna go down to the brush, and Signed Up on Time has been staggered pretty badly. And this brush is really just moving around so fast. They're just getting so much value, or they're really just trying to hide their position here. And you can see that they immediately go for this pick here as soon as they find a way they can get close to that person. They're just running around the map very quickly, trying to cause as much chaos as possible, which is where Brush thrives the most.
Indeed. Consuela Co had a very solid opportunity to move up, but they just weren't able to get much out of it. So now We've Signed Up on Time has taken mid control, and they're looking pretty solid here in mid, but they did go one down. They do have the clams ready, but Consuela Co is starting to match that aggression. Kara trying to jump out, but just gets called out by, I think, one of the splashes, or I don't know, that might have been like a wave breaker, I'm not too sure. But the crabs
that was just really, that was really good fall off. Like, that was all fall off shots. It took like 8 shots to kill them, so you know that that was really sick. But we are seeing clams coming out from Consuela Co. Gonna be able to get a lot of space here, but no, they end up going down in the process, not quite enough space before getting those clams in. And here we see Landon trying to shark, but it doesn't work, and they end up getting caught out. So that is going to be an effective wipe, but Consuela Co. has gotten enough time to get a decent amount of space here, so that We Signed Up on Time isn't just going to get basket for free.
Indeed, we see we see Prophet here trying to hold on to this left wall to catch someone off guard. That's 2 down for We Signed Up on Time. The push seems to have died. It is a lead, but not much of one. They are trying to control Clam Economy on their way out, though, which is going to be kind of unfortunate for Consuela Company. They did burn one of the crabs maybe a little bit early, but it has not prevented Consuela Company from getting some mid-control here. They do have plenty of clams. They just need the picks at this point.
Yeah, and given that the splash is halfway to Crab Tank, it's going to be very, very useful for them here if they can get it soon. And you can see that they are trying to fight this Crab Tank here, but there's 2 people over that they don't see, and they get picked out, but we're seeing the brush getting really far behind them, being absolutely a massive distraction. Taking a really hard spot to actually push, trying to draw attention, and if not, trying to get value. They have their whale here as well, which is going to be very, very good for them, and they are going to be able to get out of there.
For a second, I thought that Landon was going to provide a jump for profit all the way up on that top right area, but regardless, they did get the basket open. Pelu had a lot of clams, but unfortunately couldn't get enough in on time as Beanie is forced all the way back, staring down the barrel of 2 splashes and a T-Tech. This is just a little more than 90 seconds left in this game. The Wavebreaker coming out to provide some useful information. The crab comes out. Beanie with a very nice snipe. Oh, just barely not able to get another, and the crab will fall off it. And now that's still mid-control in favor of We Signed Up on Time. Landon trying to force Nitro off here, but that is still 2 down for Consuela Company, and it's really not looking good for them at this point, unless Beanie's able to get some really clutch snipes. But they will be pushing even further now, and that's more clams on the board. This is really not looking great.
Yeah, Consuela Co has to make a massive push, and here we see a ball jumping in. The Crab Tank trying to cover the jump, but they don't quite get that ball, and that ball would have been very, very devastating for them there. The Tri-Strike's going to come out, try to make some space to grab that ball, and they do manage to get the ball and leave. It's just that brush left to try and hold the space. They have about 5 seconds left until they can score that ball in, and there it is. Not many claims needed for a KO right now, just need 4. But it isn't looking like it's going to happen here. We Signed Up on Time is going to get pushed very far back. And Consuela Co is going to be able to get another pity. But they are going to go 2 down, 3 down. And that is going to be absolutely devastating for them. And that's going to be a wipe. Only 30 seconds left of the game. They have to get a massive push here. They're going to need a miracle to win this.
Nitro really just stepped up and got a triple to really rub salt in that wound. Beanie trying to get something off, but they did pop basket open. It's just 4 clams, and they have way fewer than that. And that will be We Signed Up on Time, pulling off after coming out strong in Game 1, dropping the next 2. They have pulled off the comeback, and they will be moving on to Winners Finals.
Very well played by them. I'm surprised that they managed to make that quad shooter comp work. They managed to just get so much value out of them. They got so many picks. They forced those fights and they won them, and that's what matters. If you can just win more fights, then you're golden. If you can win 55% of your fights, then you'll win the game.
That is true. I don't know. I feel like Consuela Company did have plenty of opportunities to move up in that game, but I feel like just the fear of losing kind of set in. And that was really evident in the case of both teams throughout most of that game. But you can really tell that by like the last minute, by the time We Signed Up on Time had gotten all of their successful pushes off, like especially with like Nitro getting that triple, it's like you can tell that like they were in the zone and they had the upper hand mentally.
Yeah. But that is going to be the last game of this set, and also the last game for me, and last game for me and Riley. So, yeah, thank you guys for having us around. Riley, where can these people find you?
Well, some of you, like, I say the same thing every, but you can find me on Twitter at BuffSplashdown. I do a fair amount of commentating, and like for various orgs, but aside from that, I just kind of tweet occasionally about my life and try to be funny and stuff, and occasionally my own stupid observations about the game, and maybe a clip every now and then. Ooh. Where can the people find you?
I'm I'm asect with 4T. I'm asect on YouTube and asect with 4Ts on Twitter and Twitch. That's ACECTTTT. Thank you guys for having me. It's been a lot of fun. I'm exhausted. I am gonna go take a break because I have low ink tomorrow. Maybe.
Definitely.
So yeah. See you guys
Definitely.
later. Don't go anywhere because we will be right back with some new commentators. See ya.
Definitely shout out to Low Ink, and thank you to like the TOs for hosting. Thank you, and yeah, don't go away because we've got some pretty cool sets to follow. So take it easy, have a great rest of your evening, and we hope you enjoy the sets to come.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello everyone, welcome back. The night is finally turning into the evening and we are here with the second half of this set. I am Dan. I'm here with Dally, and Dally, we're gonna jump right into it. Map 1 for these two teams, and let's see what they've got to bring. Looks pretty standard to me.
Yes, the obvious picks of what?
Not sure what's going on there. Interesting choice. Looks like it might have been something, but
I don't even know.
We'll find out, I'm sure, momentarily. But 3 Americans and a Frenchie versus We Signed Up on Time. We did just follow We Signed Up on Time, so I do know that they are coming in off a victory from this. And well, from what we saw, what do you think? Any thoughts from what we saw from this first instance before we head back into SWAT zones?
So I got to watch it. I did watch the previous set, and I just got to say that I think the most interesting I heard talked about was quad shooter being a lot more niche than dominant. I find that to be a little bit of an interesting way of phrasing it, because we both remember how dominant quad shooter was in Splatoon 2, right?
Yeah, of course. It was quite honestly like you could not play it.
Yeah, I always had the belief that you could always play, like, you could always play with one. You could go 3 shooters and 1 non-shooter and call it a day. Yeah. I've always preferred that meta. I found that to be the most healthy kind of meta.
I agree. I think the more flexibility and kind of change you have among your lineup and choices really does go a lot. But we also do know how kind of dominant Crab has been in the recent coming months. Like it's so hard not to say anything, because like, are you really going to give up the kind of flexibility and utility that Crab gives you just to kind of maybe have an answer to it in something like, I don't know, Tri-Strike or even like Booyah Bomb sometimes?
My team has actually been working without double Crab. Like, we don't really like to work with double Crab, or we don't really always work with Crab Tank, actually. We do non-Crab comps all the time. And that is possible because we usually run other meta frontline shooters. But we're resuming the match. I don't know why they canceled out this game. Hey, I feel like that was a little bit different, but oh well. I recognize that comp from the We Signed Up on Time, and we get to see a new team called 3 Americans and 1 Frenchie.
They'll pick it up here and they'll fight for these initial point of the zones. Each got their own, and there's already 1 Crab up. Sleepy immediately getting picked there early, looking for a second with that slosher. Nothing there. The trades continue to fall, but it looks like Signed Up on Time is pretty firmly in control, even though they are a little bit behind here with the ultimates.
Yeah, being a little bit behind with special does not necessarily mean that you're behind in the game. Sometimes holding space while you're waiting for your special is exactly what you need to be doing at this time. Right now, 3 Americans and the Frenchies got control of those aim. It seems like they're getting some decent control back, pushing back the members of We Signed Up on Time. But yeah, getting control back on this map is very, very difficult, I'd assume, because once you get control of that high ground, it's very difficult to get around. As an anchor, even with the advantages you can have from picking things from afar, I still find it difficult to find a pick in this map.
It is difficult, and even with all those Crabs coming through, Signed Up on Time still struggling to really come through and find that value. They will eventually lose control, and it looks like Signed Up will finally force their way into control of the map here and finally push that penalty on. With just a little bit under 50 on it, that's still a pretty good place to hold from 3 Americans and a Frenchie.
Yep, and I'm still appreciating the a bit more variety off the side of 3 Americans and a Frenchie. They have a Carbon Roller Deco, which very nice kit. Wish I could see a lot more of these around, and of course the Notorious Machine, which, why did they nerf Machine on the last patch? Why then?
I mean, who can say? Nintendo acts in particular ways, but we do know that Signed Up is taking down that clock, coming around to that 52nd point. 2-man down though, so they are going to struggle to hold this up as the rest of those picks come in, and that's basically a team wipe, which means 3 Americans and Frenchie will take back control.
Yeah, and it's a good thing they did, because now that they've secured that high ground, they're going to have an easier time holding back the other team. They just have to be careful with their special usage. Already popping a Crab Tank with the Booyah in the back, getting a pick off the Tri-Stick will definitely put a stop on Signed Up on Time, but you never know what 3 splashes can do. Those things are triple Crab Tanks. I don't even want to know what they're going to do. In fact, I'm glad I'm not even playing against that.
I mean, yeah, there's triple crab, there's triple the problem. Booyah is up now, and the rest of the time we'll click down, just looking to see if they zoned out everybody from this. The picks really are there, just eventually just going to drop it off and give up a little bit of space towards mid-20s points remaining still on the clock, but it doesn't seem like there's much of a contest. 2-man down, and Ultimate's coming in on both sides. They'll finally lose a little bit of control here, though, Delphox. So it looks like Signed Up's still not quite out of the fight here as they continue to fight on this mid. Ink coming in, Crab's out too, just buying a little bit more space, trying to buy the rest of the control back. 10 seconds points on the clock, still fighting for the last minutes. There's 2 minutes on the clock itself, but there's only 8 left here. Can they keep control here? 3 Americans and Frenchie is vying for the last bit of control here. The picks continue to fall, and it looks like with this last Crab standing, Signed Up on time will be the victor.
Yep, after a nice slugfest at mid, it is now Signed Up's on time. It's their turn on the Nintendo Switch. It's their turn to be in control, actually, in particular. But now they have 3 Americans and a Frenchie. They gotta deal with triple crabs, but it doesn't seem like there's one online yet because that mid fight really expended a lot of resources from both sides, from both teams.
Yeah.
With one crab online on Signed Up, they're gonna use it to help take over space. The scene Inkjet popped up as well, and right now they're just fighting to hold on to the zones. There's still gonna be roughly a minute left on the timer, so this is gonna be a while. Oh, there's already a pick. Something's gonna happen.
Pick does come through. 3 Americans and a Frenchie now. Just man up. Do have the advantage. Just trying to buy the space there with a minute left on the clock. They know they have the lead, so if they can just continue to stall this out a little bit, they'll be in control. Do manage to hold onto their zone and just playing a little bit more passively, trying not to bypass too far past mid, just to try to keep themselves alive. The last crab will fall, but one more is on the line. They will commit it here, it looks like. If they want to keep control of this. 40 seconds as it continues to tick. The crab does manage to put out that pressure, continuing just to keep them going and just keep trying to buy the rest of the space. Signed Up is desperately fighting for that space to try to get back in zone control so they can take over the overtime, but it doesn't seem to be there. No picks coming through. There's finally one on the side of Signed Up. 3 Americans and Frenchie now man up, throwing Booyah Bomb. Does manage to clear a bit of space, and that's most of the team of 3 Americans and Frenchie out, and finally Signed Up will take it back with just the wipeout in their time.
Oh man, this is what I get for kind of looking away at the worst moment because I missed off on that wipe moment, exactly what happened. But oh boy, a wipe is enough to spell control, and it's gonna drag on to overtime. So 3 Americans and a Frenchie, what are they gonna do? They gotta figure out a way to overcome triple crab with 1 crab in the pocket and a pick on the tri-slusher. Who knows what's gonna happen? Right now, 3 Americans really need something more. Although they're able to get a neutral zone, that's not enough. They're able to neutralize zone briefly, but that's not enough, man.
No, they're still in control. Signed Up did manage to fall down. The reinforcements are coming back in for 3 Americans and a Frenchie here. Overtime continues to tick. They lost 1/2. They can't afford to give up any more. The picks continues to fall. That's 2 down for Signed Up, and that's looking like a 3 Americans and a Frenchie will flip it, and that will be round 1 going to 3 Americans.
Yep, a nice stall out on the round. Round is how you win that. So that's
beautifully done.
That's still the first game, and it's still really close. On top of that, probably the worst Splat Zones map. That's the second worst Splat Zones map, I feel like. At least for me personally.
Yeah, hey, nothing wrong with that. Everybody's got their own picks on that. Speaking of things that we don't like, most people's least favorite mode, I guess we're coming to next, is Clam Blitz. So we're going to Rainmaker. I apologize. We're going to Eeltail Alley. A new map, a little bit divisive in a lot of regards, though, Eeltail Alley has been. But I do think Rainmaker on this is probably one of the, I think, more manageable modes, if I had to pick.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Rainmaker is as bad as people make it out to be. Like, ever since they fix it by adding in the checkpoint with every map, I actually am a lot more okay with Rainmaker. It doesn't feel as cheesy because you still have to make a stop real quick before you can go for a full knockout.
Yeah, they did manage to kind of slow the play down a little bit, and this was after getting all those bans through kind of what remained here. So no one's really choice here, but I do think, like, given these comps that we've seen, do you think that maybe the flexibility of the deco roller or those kinds of odder choices, arguably non-meta choices, will be a factor coming into the second game?
Potentially. I remember seeing an argument about why non-shooters are healthier for the meta, because sometimes playing a non-shooter against sometimes playing an off-meta pick against the meta actually gives you a slight advantage because not everyone is prepared to deal with the off-meta pick. Because if you're fighting quad shooter everywhere, that's fine. But suddenly you guys get, let's just say,
double buckets
deleted,
or
deleted by like a slosher, for example.
Yeah.
It's like, what do we do to counter this? And then you have to adjust your playstyle slightly.
Yeah, the scrim time kind of falls apart in some ways if you're only practicing against what is so popular. So I do think that there's something to be had for a lot of those picks that were brought out. That I do like the roller comp, especially the deco looked pretty good. I think it is tough though because we're still trying to struggle the answer here of how do we deal with Crab quickly and effectively to prevent it from kind of getting and holding the space? But we'll see what those answers are as we load in here. And it looks to be just kind of run it back with what we've got.
Yep, the only thing that's changing is a 52 gal on signed up, and the same comp on 3 Americans and Frenchie.
Looks like that I think they're expecting to get a little bit more value out of that half gallon. So with the initial Rainmaker pop coming in and the initial Crab coming out, it looks like it will be firmly in the control of them 3 Americans and a Frenchie. They're just kind of buying their time with the pick, and the 52 will be the first to fall. Now that they're starting to find the picks, I think they're going to start looking for a Booyah Bomb and an additional Crab coming out. Will lob it long, try to buy some space, and eventually gets backed up by the Crab. But the picks do come through, and it looks like now finally 3 Americans and Frenchie are ready to move. They'll try and move it towards this first point.
Yeah, and this Carbon Roller getting good combo pick right there. 3 down on the side of signed up. Like that's a bit of an ouch, but right now I'd say the 3 Americans plus the Frenchie are in a decent spot to start securing a lead all the way down to 13 right at the first minute. But we both know that this is still Rainmaker. Anything can happen. No lead is safe, as I like to say on Rainmaker. Well, no lead especially especially specifically on Black Belly, but no lead is safe in general.
No lead is safe, and no one is safe when the Rainmaker's in that position. So there is going to be the killer whale just to come out and buy the rest of the space. So space has been bought, and the Rainmaker is going to sit back while, again, we're just fighting for picks. 2 Crabs up on the side of 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie. So they'll have some position into it. They'll take the reset just to buy themselves back, and I think that's a wise decision. It does force out a lot of the ults. The Deco is found in the back and will get punished for it. 3-3 up on both sides. Again, these ults just slowly coming in. Now that the Rainmaker is back at mid, it's still hard. Neither team really pushing like they feel comfortable and have an advantage here.
Yep. This is kind of like what I'd like to call a general mid slugfest, where kind of just there in mid, just trying to make something happen. I'd call it trench warfare, but nah, this is more of a bit of a slugfest. Trench warfare is reserved for something like mincemeat, where nothing happens for 5 minutes.
The ink warfare does continue, though. Picks finally happen. 2 down on the side, make that 3 down on the side of signed up, and suddenly 3 Americans again looking in control. They'll get it back. I'm sorry. Oh no, got picked up by signed up there. Try to make a solo play and advantageous, but did not quite get there. They'll get stopped, and they'll be the last one. That does buy some time for the rest of their team to pick up, and a bit of a aggressive play that I do think actually might help them in the long run.
I personally wouldn't say I agree with that sort of play, because I don't really think that cheesing is really the most viable thing, but it's more I don't see it as the most viable option. Although I can agree with it stalling out.
Yeah, stalling out something. Yeah. Carbon again, Volti goes down, and suddenly the Rainmaker is back in control of signed up. They are looking and trying to press forward. It looks like they're going to take the longer route over the high ground. Booyah Bomb come in, try to buy the rest of that space, and just trying to clear the rest of those picks. There's not really there, not quite feeling they have a safe spot, but they will put it in the corner. And now they're feeling a little trapped here on the side of signed up. There's not quite anywhere to go, just trying to find a pick. Doesn't find anyone. The space is slowly getting made. The rest of the reinforcements are back, though, and just looking for the opening again. They will find it, and they will slam it down to capture that first checkpoint.
Yeah, good knock right there, but even after that checkpoint down, there's still going to be, you still got to get to 12 or higher. 2 down on the side, 2 down trade, that might be enough, but I'm not sure. Crab tank being popped up on the snipe area, that's definitely going to stall out the Rainmaker even more, although it is popped. You can still reset.
Yeah. I think you're happy with a reset if you are 3 Americans when Frenchie. That is a pretty good place to be, and it looks like it will be reset, and that is back to mid. So Signed Up now losing that progress that they had fought so hard to gain. Only those 2 ultimates to show for it, Killer Whale and another Crab. So they still are holding forward here, just a little bit of space bought. So now in that crossfire, finally coming through with the Killer Whale, doesn't find anything, does manage to buy a little zoned out space. It's still just looking, finally gets pressed, finds Volty again in the kill feed, just unfortunately gets pushed out, although Splat Bomb's backed up by a Crab, does eventually get punished, and Boopy is slowly getting forced out there. The Rainmaker is finally picked up by Signed Up again, and it looks like they will continue just to try to hold it and buy the pressure. No one's really there, though, so I think this may be a point to start moving up.
Yep, it is a decent point to start moving forward, but now I feel like the Rainmaker's going to get stuck for a little bit because they need to find, all players are active, but one team needs to just find a pick, whether it be stopping or getting a new push.
Ooh.
So yeah, this is definitely not good for 3 Americans and 3 Americans and a Frenchie. This actually might be lead.
Go. That's lead right there, and they will get it in and
off.
just slam it out. Yeah. Well played, patient play out of the side of Signed Up on time, and sometimes on time is late sometimes in a regard. So hey, they'll tie up 1-1 going into map 3. Well played and patient.
Yep, the patient plays are always the best plays. If only people in solo queue could do that.
Oh wow, well, okay, hold on now. Let's not ask for a miracle here. Come on, Dally. We know as well as anybody here in chat, we're not getting that.
Well, but who's to say I can't do it myself? There's a reason why I say, fine, I'll do it myself.
And I think that's a good way to also, I think I Signed Up agreed with you there because they decided they were going to do it themselves, and they'll tie it up here 1-1. Back to zones is where we go this time over on Brinewater Springs. And again, another kind of small spaced map. You know, a Crab can cover most of the space on this, so small centered zones here really kind of do make for a bit of an advantage when it comes to these Crab comps, I think, in a way.
Yes, and you know what else also controls a lot of space?
Are you going to tell me it's an E-liter?
Of course.
Oh, yeah. Considering an E-liter can see 90% of the map from even the highest background point, yeah, I agree with you. I don't know that either of them, we haven't seen either of them pull it out, but I mean, if they were to bring out, this is probably the map to do it, right?
It really is. I always bring out E-liter on this map. If I don't, it's probably Tri-Stringer. But do you know why I bring out Tri-Stringer?
I assume that's for Whale at that point.
No, it's to take on different angles that other chargers can't.
Fair. That's reasonable. You know what? That's see, this is why you're the pro player, and I'm just the guy who likes to talk about Vigi games. So that's a fair take. So
I'm not like these +3 or +2 people.
Hey, we don't shame here in the booth. We all are here for the love of the game and the love of a high level play that we're seeing here. So, I mean, we were kind of talking about how it's likely we could see these snipers back in, and that brings me to kind of one of the ultimates I want to talk about. We've seen some success with, but not quite enough, that I do think is a pretty solid Crab counter, which is Wave Breaker, and I do think that that's even more of a reason to bring it in here, if nothing else.
Wavebreaker I find to be is actually a really fun special. In fact, that is what I have named one of my Pokemon after it. Yeah.
Is it at least a water type?
No.
Ah, okay. That's fair enough.
It's a Dragon Flying type, actually.
Oh, well, okay.
Any guesses?
Seems fair to me. I can't say anything about that, but what I will say is that both these teams are getting ready, and we'll be back into that play in just a moment. So, from what you've seen here so far, do you think... well, never mind. I was going to ask a question, but it looks like we are in to go, and it looks like we are going to see a little bit more onto that. No, I'm sorry to say, no E-liter backlines. We do see plenty of splooshes, though. Plenty of Crabs abound. But we do also see the Tri-Strike here on that splatter shot. So that's an interesting change-up we haven't seen yet.
I'm literally having a nightmare because this is exactly why I sometimes get a little a little bit peeved by the meta, because there's basically 6 Crabs in the lobby.
Yep.
We'll work with it. This is going to be a slugfest between the Bakugan. This is basically Bakugan simulator.
That's fair enough, but I will say I respect the aggression of that Deco going in pretty deep and really pushing him back, buying that space now that they've got control for 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie, and with that they are putting them in quite a hard position because now they're quite literally, well, it's usually an uphill, but this is a downhill fight to get back into position. So clock will tick past 60, and finally some ults will come online for the side of Signed Up. But I mean, how many crabs do you realistically need to get this back?
3.
All 3.
Yes.
All 3.
Ooh,
all
did
3.
someone
All
have
3.
Shredder or advantage? I couldn't tell.
Couldn't.
Ouch, that's a wipeout.
That's the wipeout, yeah. So 3 Americans and Frenchie will continue to roll this down. The penalty, just a minor inconvenience in their path as they'll continue to take it down to 53 minutes, a little under 4 on the clock. So they're still sitting in a good spot and just trying to build up the rest of that ink. Someone just knowing they need to keep rotating these crabs through. The rest of that penalty is gone now. So 50 seconds on the clock as long as they continue to hold here. And they are playing so aggressively. The Deco just going in incredibly far. Looking for value, gets traded out, but the value and the damage has been done. The splatter shot is still there. 30 seconds ticking down as the remaining time is there. Crabs are out, but it looks like they're just buying the rest of that space. No one's really able to find any value with them though here. And finally, Signed Up will get into the position to take control. 12 seconds on the clock, 10 as it's ticking down the last of the way. Signed Up needs to get some sort of pressure here, but I don't think they have a way to do it. And that is all she wrote. Americans and 1 Frenchie make it look dominant here on Brine Water.
Yep. That was just like a full snowball. Like that's another thing about this map is like it can snowball in one team's favor very easily. It doesn't matter even without like a control weapon like an E leader. You can just you just get control of the other team's slope and that's it. What are they gonna do? Drop?
What are they going to do? Fight back? Yeah, no, they don't have the space to do anything, especially when there's a crab firing down them from halfway down the mountain. Yeah, it's just it is a tough map. I think there's still a lot of learning we have to do on it, but you know, that's splat zones in some way. And now that we are past that, 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie looking to close it out here on Mako Mart Clams.
Ooh. Okay. Now, normally I have like something to say about most maps, but Mako Mart I'm usually pretty happy to see. You know why? Because sometimes good things happen on this map for me.
Okay. That's, hey, look, there's a deal to be had somewhere in this store, I'm sure. And if you find it, it's only good for you. But what do you think of the adaptation of bringing in the extra crab shooter on the side of 3 Americans? Do you think that that kind of was the payoff? Do you think that was like the change they needed to really kind of get themselves back in the driver's seat? Or do you think that it was just kind of conforming to the meta a little bit harder to give themselves the win?
I feel like it could be a mixture, a bit of both, because I find myself to be at a bit of the midpoint of a lot of things. Is the point of the game at this point is to win, and sometimes using the most efficient way to do it is the name of the game, or that's the best play. So I can agree with Triple Crab. This is probably what we need to do to deal with that. Yeah,
considering we are coming at the point where it's loser go home. Every single win and map matters here as we're in winner 6. So considering the route both of these teams had, if it works, you might as well play it. So but Mako Mart, again, still very strong. This is Clams. I mean, there's a lot of high ground, a lot of variety of just high and low ground here. It's going to be really important to kind of maintain this these center high grounds, I think, going into this to really get your crabs in a position to keep the pressure up.
Yes, and you know what weapon I think is good at that? The sloshing machine, which 3 Americans and a Frenchie has been running.
We did see, yeah. So that is possible we see another return of it.
Yeah, switching back to the machine actually sounds like a really good idea. In this,
I agree. I agree with you there. We'll see what they think about that. Deco is still live.
Oh no.
No, it looks like they will keep the splatter shot and the Deco as the outliers here. Interesting. I don't think they heard you say it loud enough. I guess we have to yell about the slosher next time a little bit louder.
Yeah, I don't think our viewers want me bursting out their ears.
Probably not, but well, there's already one early trade going into this, so the crabs continue to be built 2 up on the side of 3 Americans already, and they will have that high ground importantly in their control, in addition to 12 clams, and the economy just continues to roll in their favor. They'll burst 1, the clams there, and there's an easy basket for them. The question is, how much follow-up is there?
I'm not sure if there's much. There's a crab tank overseeing that basket, so trying to get any clams in Might be a death sentence, but actually not anymore. The crowd's over, but it's not like they're getting anything in there anyways. Getting that early lead off right at the first minute. 80 clan, 80 points. All right, but that's not going to secure your win unless you're able to stall it out for the full match.
No, that's a win condition, but it's not a good enough of one. So 3 Americans and Frenchie already with another one in their basket, already ready to go. The picks come through. They, again, just have control of this mid, have control of the high ground, and they are looking to buy the rest of that pick. They're closing the gap in, and they'll get yet another one in, just well played and well timed. Burned out the rest of that, and now throwing in the Inkzuka too, just to make sure you're better. The rest of the claims will come in, pushing it down to 30 to 61, and the rest of the picks will come through for them. So sign up will put a stop here, just at 61. And again, just aggressive play out of 3 Americans. They are looking very, very good. They know when to initiate. They know how to push together as a team and play patiently, and they're looking very strong here.
Yep, as the name of the game, coordination is always the best part. Ooh, look at that.
Okay.
Getting down a crab, but
Okay.
another crab is just right there. It's just like, oh no, we lost the crab. Oh look, there's another one.
There's another one. There's crabs as far as the eye can see, but there's also a clam in the basket. So Triple Ink Strike just to buy a little more space, and I mean the basket will manage to stay up. They will continue to flip it. They'll get the lead here for signed up on time, pushing it down to 51, just barely squeaking it in. So those ultimates, all that timing of the ultimates really came well together, as the rest of the team will get out and they'll regroup as a solid 4. 3 Americans on Frenchie though already back at mid and ready to push back.
Yep, pushing back, and already that Carbon Deco has taken an aggressive ledge. Oop, never mind. They're gone.
They are gone, nothing to see here, but it looks like the rest of sign up will back up too. The space already in control. The last of the 3 Americans on Frenchie will return. The reinforcements are here, and the power clam is live. The pick is there too. Looks like now they smell the time is ready to go. The crab has bought the position. The high ground is there, passing it forward. Great pass forward into the tank. That's the teamwork you'd love to see. Does buy them the lead, and the rest of the clams will continue to go in, pushing to 49. Triple Ink Strike in, buys a little bit of that space, but not quite enough. The clam basket still open, still able to get some.
That's the super clam in.
Live too. There it is. It pushes it down to 14, looking to close it out for 3 Americans. 2 minutes on the clock, but they will get wiped out. And that's it. That's still important though. That's 8 points left. Do they have enough? 5. 2 more clams can close this out, and they can close this here. There it is. That is game, and 3 Americans when Frenchie take the map.
Ooh. It looks like they didn't need that sloshing machine. It still would have been nice to see.
It is unfortunate. We'll never know how it plays out, but we do know that 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie will be the victors here of Game 6, and a well-deserved 3-1 overall, I feel.
Very well deserved. I can applaud anyone for going over Triple Crab, even if they result to it themselves.
I mean, hey, you either live long enough to beat Crab, or you play,
You kill them
either
before
beat
they
Triple
get there.
Crab, or you live long enough to see yourself play Triple Crab, and sometimes you have to do both to keep the win here. So 3 Americans and 1 Frenchie will go on in the bracket, but we're going to take a quick break just to set up the next round, because we are coming for winners finals here. Any last thoughts on that set, Dally?
No, not really. Good games.
Good stuff all around. We're going to take a quick
Exactly.
break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
some more squids rise and fall as we continue here in on Squid Junction. And we've got 2 new fresh teams coming in here. One, their first time is being seen on stream today. It is winners not. We got winners for winners. It is Bet versus Silly Kitties. And, you know, we hadn't seen either of these teams. We've seen, I think, Bet prior, but Silly Kitties, the new face here. So I'm very interested to see how they bring up it, especially given that last match. Should be very interesting to see how they look, because that's a lot to stand up to from that last match.
Yep. And I certainly do have a level of hope. I'd like to see a chainsaw, man. I want to see Splatoon Stamper with all the combos.
I mean, everybody's looking for the answer to how do you cut the crab, and usually my answer is with a fork and knife, but it doesn't seem to be available. So I think your Splatoon Stamper is a good answer here, and I think there's still quite a few more we are still searching for. But for now, it looks like Red Lobster will remain open. I think if I had to get here, I do see a couple of better try and best try though in the server. So maybe we're going to see double slosher. Who knows?
I don't know. I'm just hoping the Terror Claw doesn't reign supreme. That's Crab Tank, by the way. Terror Claw is Bakugan, which I have compared Crab Tank to before.
Well, we are going to open it up here as we head into Splat Zones back on Brinewater Strings. You've seen it recently. We've seen it recently. We've got some different picks here. We see the dualies. We see the backline, the Splatling on both sides. So a lot of interesting picks here. Not as many crabs as you might have expected.
Yeah, two for two. That's kind of reasonable. This double crab is kind of what I'm very much used to. But I'm a little excited to see heavy splatling. Although heavy splatling isn't particularly a weapon I like to play because I believe ballpoint is better as a main weapon.
That's fair.
I actually do like seeing Crab Tank, the heavy splatling around. It was a very underrated weapon I felt in Splatoon 2, and I'm glad to see it's getting a bit more recognition now. Until it has to deal with the new leader.
I say it is getting its time in the sun, and speaking of time in the sun, Silly Kitties will have theirs as they continue to take down that penalty. They'll lose control just in the last moment, just finally buying a little bit back, so they are betting on that. But this Nautilus is just going ham, is in the position on that high ground, so they'll continue to roll this down. Penalty is gone, and Silly Kitties in a position that will take the lead here. Now they just have to maintain it as the Inkstorm does start to set in. They'll continue to hold here. Booyah Bomb thrown in also to buy a little bit more space. Splatling Duel does find out. Eventually both get traded out, and the clocks continue to tick down to 60% and more, but the teams continue to fall even. That will be the rest of Silly Kitties down, and Bet will manage to get the point back here.
Yeah, I think Silly Kitties needed to establish more of a vice on Bet during that moment, because I feel like it was just the knot that was just pushed up, which it's all right to want to play a bit conservatively at times, but sometimes, you know, an extra person to help out the singular knot might have been helpful. But regardless, they're doing a good job, just doing their best to recover after getting put down a few players. They got 3 picks and control of the zone. What more can we ask for?
Yeah, they had that brief control, but that penalty is back, and again, there is still, though, you know, the one rogue crab up for Bet, so that'll probably be the opener on this next fight as they continue to take down the rest of this penalty. Double Splat Bomb will find one on Silly Kitties. That's the dualies player down, and the crab will continue to roll and buy the rest of that space. Control does fall again, and I think the damage is done here, Dally. They will get control again, and they'll have this point as the Booyah Bomb goes in just to try to clear out the rest of the space. Still throwing a little bit back and forth, though. Wave Breaker thrown in as well just to try to secure and find a little bit more information, try to buy a little bit more space, and buy the rest of the time as this continues to tick down. But 2 minutes and 30 on the clock, and these teams are continuing to pass control, so anything is still really possible here. Crab Duel is out, eventually gets punished for it, and will get caught out as the clock continues to tick down. 45 and going for Silly Kitties. They have the control here, and they just need to maintain it.
Yep, plenty of control, but like I said, if they're able to push up a little bit... Oh, wow, look at that. There's 3 of them all the way up in that ramp. That actually might be all they need to just keep stalling out the zone, but there's still, what do you call it? The dualies that were kind of down and at a different place, able to catch off anyone who decided to jump and be able to throw bombs. Right now, the zone is in neutral, so it's just going to be a slugfest. Who gets control, and Bet is able to hang in by a thread. They're able to regain control, establish another penalty, but they're falling down members. They're just not able to establish a very secure hold and establish a lockout either.
No, Silly Kitties denying them that closure, so they'll be burning down the rest of this penalty with just 7 more points remaining on that, as long as they maintain control here. And again, just pushing up very wide, forcing out that crab a little bit early on the size of bet. So nothing really bought, just buying for space. Eventually does find one from the Silly Kitties. And that'll be a Nautilus push up aggressively, again, punished for it. They lose control here. It's going to be a little bit back and forth. That crab from the high ground, in addition to the splat link, finally buying a little bit more space, and it looks like bet will be back in control, and you can bet on that. Booyah Bomb is there. Does buy a little bit more space, but doesn't quite turn the control. It's still back and forth on both teams, trying to find it for Inkstorm and Wavebreaker, both thrown in to make sure they continue to throw. No one is firmly in control here. Finally, a pick goes down on Silly Kitties, and it looks like bet will back up and have to give up that space for the time being as they continue to throw this out. 1 minute on the clock remains, and bet finally coming back for more.
Yes, they're gonna have to keep respecting the crab tanks. Right now, there's another crab tank duel, which, oh, one of them got shredded, but oh well. But at least bet is able to keep stalling out the zone. But like I said, they need to establish a firm lock on them. This is actually pretty good for them. They actually were able to get a numbers advantage for the first time in a while, and this is a very opportune moment for them to start establishing a lock, like I've been saying that needs to happen.
And it does start now, 45 and counting on the clock. The Inkstorm will come in, and that is going to put a lot of pressure in addition to the crab. Finally losing control, will eventually find one pick on the side of bet, but they'll continue to force this back and forth. It's still 10 seconds on the clock. Coming in the last seconds, Booyah Bomb is going to get thrown in because bet knows they need to keep control of this. Will eventually fall to the dualies, and the control does fall in the hands of Silly Kitties, and if they don't move this farther, that'll be it, and the Silly Kitties will take game 1 of Splat Zones.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but hey, this lasted for quite a while. And it was still a good match. Yeah.
Very close.
It could have gone well could have gone in the favor of bet, but you know, like I said, this map can really be snowbally once you get control of that get control of the slopes. Yeah,
like you said, this was it really is snowballing, but the important thing to all that is really getting that control into past mid, right? Like getting the control of the ramp and being able to keep the pressure up. And that was something that bet really struggled with, it seemed like. Even when they had control or they had players up, it seems like they were never really there to take advantage of it. So going into Rainmaker, next on to Scorch Gorge, I mean, what do you think that kind of passive play is going to be a difference maker here, or do you think that maybe it was just, you know, small map just kind of worked in the favor of the winning team?
I think that the other map kind of just worked more in favor of the other team's playstyle. Both offensive and defensive playstyles, I think, are both viable on Brinewater, but in the case of this, I think that the offensive team was just able to break through the defenses. And when the defensive team had control, they just needed a bit more offense.
They did need to play a little bit more aggressively. They'll bring in a sloshing machine, it looks like, on both sides, because there's not too much changing on the other side. And I mean, given how huge this map is, I think that's a good choice here.
I had a yawn for a moment. Whoops. But yes, I'm actually really, seeing Heavy on this map. I think that's a good pick because Wavebreaker is definitely going to help establish some form of control in mid. Having plenty of range to oversee some areas over the map is definitely a good thing. Right now, we're looking at Silly Kitties falling down one player early on, but I don't think Bet is really going to be capitalizing on that very much. I don't blame them either, because sometimes capitalizing on this map can be really hard to do. Already 3 down. Are they going to get the delayed wipeout? Yes, they are. Now they're going to go in for the knock, which they're able to get.
They will get that first checkpoint down, and they'll break it early. Booyah Bomb is up, and the rest of the space is being made. It is going close. It has already passed the 30-second mark. Looking for that final ramp. Doesn't quite get it. Puts it in the corner, unfortunately. A little bit of an awkward position. It is over the crabs, so the crabs will see the rest of the way. And it does manage to get popped. Now the question is somebody going to get it? No, they go for the touch and are unable to get it. But Silly Kitties now firmly in control with man advantage. Will have to do the difficult task of running it out of here.
Yeah, but at least the Heavy was able to live long enough to provide jumps. It definitely is a good advantage to have an anchor sometimes, because if your anchor falls back at the right moment, you basically got yourself jumps, so they can spare you a few seconds, which could decide a lot whether or not your team is able to defend something or not. But it looks like Silly Kitties is going to try to go for the knock, but they're unsuccessful.
No, just falls short. That Suicide Reef slider from a second ago didn't quite get there, but the rest of the team from Silly Kitties looking to push in. Woomy going in deep on those dualies. Does make the space, but doesn't quite get any value for it. They will finally push through. Still fighting for a ways to go. Bet is all systems go with their players, and everybody's here. So the question just becomes who is left, and it looks like that is going to be a wipe, and Bet will do their best to try to buy the rest of the space back as the crab runs out, and the rest of the Rainmaker time is running out. And it looks like it will just fall back to mid here. Woomy again going deep, does get punished for it. Again, I respect it. I respect a person who goes deep, but eventually gets punished, and back to mid they go. So Bet buy themselves a little bit more time and space as they have to revert their focus to center.
Yeah, sometimes diving isn't always the best strategy. Although I like the aggression, I don't think diving into that was the right play. You gotta pick and choose your fights really well. But it looks like right now Silly Kitties are in control. Booyah Bomb nearly stalled out that Rainmaker, but right now it seems like it's a bit of a big slugfest right now. Silly Kitties is trying to go for the lead, but nope.
Oh, so close.
Stop right at 30. That is very close.
That's so close, and it looks like the pop will initially come through. One dies to the Rainmaker, and they'll run it back. Looks like they're just going to take a nice jump off the cliff, and Lucina will see them on the respawn. But it's back at mid, and that is importantly where Bet wanted it to be. And yeah, considering how close that was, it's only 1 point of difference between the two. There's still something to be had here. Booyah Bomb sent back in to try to keep this space. Silly Kitties keeping the pressure up here, just trying to make sure they contain the rest of the space for the team as they come back. It's still open and still in their control now. They just have to get it back the rest of the way.
Yep, right now the lead is at stake because of that, because of how close it is. It looks like Silly Kitties is falling down a few players, and it's just leaving the Rainmaker alone on their own. At least they're in mid, so they can't, well, exactly dive on them properly, but you know, being stuck in mid at this point with the timer ticking is not what you want to happen, especially when there's less than a minute 30 on the clock. Tetras are down in a trade, and that's I don't think trading numbers is really what they need. They need some solid picks.
Oh, the Booyah Bomb. No, the Booyah Bomb forces it back there. Yeah, that was almost a dangerous play. The Wavebreaker also thrown in. So Redcap just going to decide, forget it. You know what, let's just reset this back to mid. We're running out of time. I guess they were just feeling too trapped. They just needed a reset. But they are now fighting a little bit from behind here as the rest of Bet will get there in the reinforcements. The ultimates will come out as well as the Booyah Bomb is looking to get thrown in here. Inkstorm also has thrown in to buy a little bit more space, just trying to find space for that Rainmaker to come through. 40 seconds left. Nothing really to be had here. Continuing. Booyah Bomb goes in. Nothing to be had there. And I mean, again, all these ultimates just thrown in vain, trying to buy space. Reef Slider goes in, finally finds some value, is eventually punished out of Woomy, but at least he managed to get the trade. It looks like Silly Kitties going in from this last second push with 20 seconds on the clock. They're stopped. So there's still a chance for Bet to continue to hold this out.
Yes, but with that, it just being the Nautilus and the Tetras, I wouldn't expect all that much. And that, I actually think that's game. Right now,
pretty much
all Bet
game,
needs
yeah.
to do is just reel it back. And that's kind of it.
Yeah.
I don't think wedging it in that corner was necessarily the greatest idea. Because you never know if someone might dive on you, but probably keeping it in spawn would have been the best idea. But regardless, it's still a win.
Hey, as long as you're holding on to that Rainmaker, it can be a win. So Bet will take game 2 here, tying it up to 1-1, and we will get a game 3. One of the rare times we see the full set. So we will see ourselves over to tower control for the next match. And I mean, I have to shout it out here because we've kind of talked about it. Woomy going in on those dualies, and that is something that I've kind of seen joking going around in the culture, was always the kind of sacrificial dualies. You know, the player that goes in, maybe gets a pick, buys some space for the team to really try it. I mean, what do you think of that kind of play style? Do you think there's really something to be had for it, or do you think it's just an overly aggressive maneuver?
I think for some compositions it works, but for me personally, it is not my preferred. It's not my preferred thing
style
for Slayer to do. It's not my preferred play style to work with because I play a lot more defensively and chip. So I like to work with defensive compositions and hold space. And if I can do that, yes. But if I'm always consistently losing a team member and we're not capitalizing well off their aggressive playstyle, it's a little
it's a
not
little
a big
shaky.
fan, man.
Yeah, I can see that. And considering how Wumi has gone in and struggled to find some value sometimes, not to say that that's the reason they're losing, but that is to say that that is something we've seen pretty consistently going in. So I do expect to see Wumi continue to hold those dualies, though, going into this. So we'll check out the rest of the changes as we load in here. And back to the Nautilus is the only real thing I see that makes it a big difference here. I'm sorry, not back to the
Nautilus, I think, is a great weapon to pair with the dualies because it's a fast weapon, has plenty of range to help it, and a very fast kill time. Plus, they combo well into each other.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. One crab already up for the side of Silly Kitties. Just having that paint advantage is so huge. And considering the tower has not moved, there is still the advantage of that Wavebreaker also out just to throw it. And they'll force Silly Kitties to kind of readjust to their positioning. They'll have the high ground here going into this, but no real control to be had. Crab just, again, forcing and buying a little bit of space. And I think that's the tool they needed to get the rest of the space. No picks yet. I say that one falls on the side of Silly Kitties. And again, it looks like Bet will begin to feel ambitious and move the tower.
Yep, moving the tower. I definitely know that it's gonna take a while to move the tower, but right now, after moving the tower is gonna be required. It best be now. Crab tank available for one team because only one player was remaining. Check that out. It's already popped out. Just
great play.
Stall for time.
Great play though.
Yeah, good play, especially while they wait for their teammates to get back. But I'm honestly kind of happy to see like that first checkpoint get knocked out. Sometimes it can be a little difficult. Don't agree with that Wavebreaker, however, but it's gonna help hold some space though.
It was ambitious space taking, much like the crab at mid, just trying to buy a little bit more. They have the control technically, even if it's only that first point. Booyah Bomb just to try to buy some of that space back. In addition to that, does find Wumi again off on the side, trying to find a flank, but nothing's really had. Now Silly Kitties down 2 will lose again control of the tower, and it's just finding the rest of this team. This patient play out of Bet is really working for them here on this last map, and it is win or go home. So this is important for Bet to try to fight and close this out.
Yep. And I feel like if Bet is able to keep control of this tower throughout this push, they're gonna really snowball in. Right now, I'm seeing the Wavebreaker out holding space, although shielding the heavy. But I don't think Bet was able to get the space necessary to continue their push, which is a little unfortunate. But they're hanging in there.
They are hanging in at 54 and counting, so they'll lose a little bit of control back. The tower will continue to flip for Silly Kitties, and one down on Bet as the sloshing machine will be last 2 of the arrive of the reinforcements, and the Booyah Bomb is up. They're going to use it to try to buy probably that high ground in the back. They send it long. Doesn't look like it finds anybody, and the space is continuing to be made. Just challenging from mid does eventually get punished, but they did at least buy the space to get past checkpoint 1, and now suddenly that 50-point lead looking a little uncomfortable here as the tower continues to move. The rest of the space, Wumi deep, but does pull the attention, and you got to give it to him. Although it might have been a little bit aggressive, they fall just short of tying it up and taking the lead with 2 minutes on the clock here. An unfortunate play and timing for Bet.
Yeah, but they're still in the lead, and that's unfortunate. That's a little bit unfortunate. Tetris versus Slash. I thought the Tetris could have won that. I feel like they were moving well.
Yeah, a little bit of fancy moves from Wumi, but that's what we have seen out of Wumi for most of these games. Again, just trying to play from this flank. The Booyah Bomb to buy the rest of the tower space. We'll get there. And again, Wumi just taking these deep angles will move themselves. Again, gets punished for it. And again, Silly Kitties fighting now down 2 as they have to send in the crowd to try to buy the rest of the space. Gets punished. Does not hold in Bet. Now maintains control here. Will try to clean up the stragglers so they can get this moving again and push their lead a little bit further.
Yep, they're able to catch off the Tetris again. A little bit of an unfortunate position and get the tower again, which you know that in tower control, if you have control of the tower, you build your special faster, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's kind of the weirdest thing about tower control, is having control just allows you to get all snowbally.
I mean, you need to have some sort of advantage, and the advantage right now is the ultimate of the Booyah Bomb. We'll send it in to try to buy some space in addition to the Fizzy, just looking to maintain control of this high ground and buy the space. Wavebreaker is there to try to deny it, and Silly Kitties will take the lead here after having to force the space away from Bet. 1 minute on the clock, and the cart still in their control. They'll continue to roll this down as it ticks back from 36. They will finally lose control as the last members get out. And Silly Kitties now have a pretty comfortable lead here with a little under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it is pretty comfortable, but they still got to defend it because you never know if Bet's gonna make a comeback. Getting control of that checkpoint, you never know. Once they get past that checkpoint, it could really spell a defeat. Crab tank online as well, which is gonna apply a lot of pressure over on the on the bats. Yes, those are the bats.
Yeah, that is.
But although there's no pick, it's still popping that crab tank really put some pressure. But regardless, they needed the tower to be moving upwards so that way they can maintain in some form of momentum. They probably should have held on to that Booyah Bomb for a little bit longer, actually. That might cost them the game because the machine is also down. But never mind. Looks like Bet's 2 down.
Yeah, Bet is
And
2 down and
game.
Silly Kitties. Yeah. Silly Kitties close it out there. A little bit of mishandling of those ultimates, unfortunately, will send them home. So we'll see Bet go on in the losers end of the bracket. So we will see a little bit more of them later in the event, but quite a close, interesting tournament, all things considered. I think we saw quite a different play style out of this Bet team.
Yes, I actually like seeing a lot more variety in the compositions, and that was what really got me happy for Splatoon 3, because I remember for the first month, I was so happy to see a lot more weapons being played, except for Tent. We all know how buggy Tent is, and Splatbrella. Those poor weapons.
Type out an F for chat and for Brella mains. We really in the big struggle right now, but the other struggle we got right now is a struggle for a break. So grab a drink of water, come back, and catch us for the next map, because we'll be right back after this short break.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
The final matches are here upon us, and we've got quite a banger coming up for you. We've got Signed Up on Time making the return against the previously victorious Silly Kittens, and both of these teams now in the losers bracket playing in for that spot in the finals. And it's interesting because as we were kind of talking through this, Signed Up on Time really falling from the winners bracket, really looking to make a bit of a redemption arc, looking to come back and kind of win it back against the team they lost to.
I hope, you know what? I hope they can, because you know what I like? I love a good comeback story. But you know what that also is going to require? In addition to winning this match, they're going to have to win 2 sets in a row.
Yeah.
Because they have to get the bracket reset and then win the bracket reset.
It's quite a big ask.
The Silly Kitties might become the Serious Kitties. Make an absolute comeback.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm hearing like scratches from the other room. Oh no.
Oh no.
I think it's the kitties.
I think they're knocking on the door. They sense it being ready to go, and that time is now. It's the losers finals. Kitties versus Signing Up on Time. Truly one of the most cute and adorable things versus one of the most impossible tasks for any Splatoon player to do. Kicking it in here, and we're seeing pretty much what we've expected. Nautilus is on both sides, though, was a little bit of an unexpected thing to me.
I think that I actually don't think it's necessarily the worst play, because Nautilus is actually really good. I think it's a bit more underrated. People are just a bit upset that it does not have the aggressive kit. But Inkstorm, a very versatile special that can not only take space but also paints and does chip damage. I'd say it's very underrated in terms of its utility, but it needs to be on some better weapons, to be honest.
It isn't flashy, but it does work, yeah. Oh, wow, 2 for the... Wow, 2 and the wipeout for the sloshing machine. Wow, they will get control here of the clams. They don't have the power clam ready. They'll scoop and get one together. They'll start to tick this down here. 53 and 56 and counting. Booyah Bomb does buy the rest of the space. 2 of the members just pushing up again.
That's another one.
Wipeout for the Silly Kitties. They don't have any clams to capitalize, though. They are still buying the rest of this time and space. The crab is thrown out to try to buy the rest of it. They will eventually feed some more in, and it's 44, 41 and counting. Continuing, there's still 4 minutes on the clock, Dolly. How much Silly Kitties are here to play? They're continuing to go. 20 and counting. I mean, there has to be a stop from Signed Up on Time. They finally do find 2, and I think that is going to be finally the foot down at... I say that, there's one more sneaks in. They finally put their foot down, though, and they'll close it out at 17.
Yeah, that was just an insane first push. That's going to be a pretty big hill to climb for We Signed Up on Time. But like I said, you never know what's going to happen. I love to see good Clam Blitz comebacks, because this is the mode that requires the most coordination out of any game mode, in my opinion. I wish more people liked it, because it's so fun.
It requires that coordination. It really does show you the teams that are playing as a team and not just a group of carries. But you can see that they're doing their best to carry here, and eventually the trade will come for both of those frontliners. So sitting on mid, the clam economy does favor the Silly Kitties again, though, and that is just, again, they are continuing to just kind of run this. They have control of the economy, they have control of mid, and they are closer, a little bit closer on those ultimates as well, eventually just pushing in. We'll find some space for We Signed Up on Time and trying to find just a foothold so they can prevent this from going out of it, because they are only 58 points away from just taking the loss here. Like I said, you never know what's going to happen. Right now, I think they just need to establish some good special control, like you're saying. But 2 power climbs in, that's already obliterating the penalty. But regardless, that's not enough to score any extra points. They were able to get 3 down, make that a delayed wipe. And they're also getting a pity clam. So it's definitely going to help them start retaking some space. But this crab tank, I think, says otherwise. This crab tank just running, holding forward. Yeesh. Does find 2 in that. Sad. Oh yeah, it does. But I mean, what's not sad is Signed Up on Time getting in both of those power clams. They'll be at 51 here as they continue to buy down that space. The crab does go in a little bit out of space, but Joshua does manage to keep this going. Another power clam, and suddenly the lead is flipped over to We Signed Up on Time. They flip it to 16, and suddenly they finally will get punished for it. But they've done the impossible. They have pushed it down and have taken the lead here, and now it's still back to anybody's game.
Yep. This is going to be a fun time and because with the points being so close, anything can happen. Because if Silly Kitties just gets a decent 2 clams in, it's over. They're able to get 1 clam in, but they are down their player who's just trying to ship in extra clams. They're able to secure the lead at 12. However, being down the many, what in the heck? You see those Tetras? They got 2 people
He's moving.
down. He's moving. He's moving, Woomy.
Woomy's on the dance floor over there with how much he's sliding. The crabs will be out, and we're under that minute timer. And like you said, with Silly Kitties back in the driver's seat, they have the numbers. They can sit and play defensively. Eventually gets pushed out by the Nautilus, though. 2 down means that Silly Kitties have the advantage. They don't quite have the clam economy, but they do have 10 up. So with a pity clam in their basket, they will have something for We Signed Up on Time. Just trying to punish it out. Just stay with the crab, though, and the Nautilus will have to just back up and give some space now. Eventually gets punished. 1 down on both sides and 30 seconds on the clock with not much to do on that. The power clam is deep in the back, so there will be an overtime here as this ticks down. It just depends on not getting punished.
Yep. Got to be careful. Oh, look at that. Tetris get their jump caught out. Can they get the trade? They got that trade. That was a good trade by Boopy. There's a crab tank available, and the basket's now open. However, We Signed Up for this needs to figure out a way to just slip in some more clams. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that in time. I don't think they are. No,
they do have.
They're able to.
They do have. Yeah, they have a power climb up though. And that's something.
So they're so pushed far back. That's probably going to take too long unless someone can weasel their way in. But I don't think that's going to be possible.
The break.
No.
Yeah. The last break from Silly Kitties. That's the set, and a back and forth, a tremendous match from both of these teams, back and forth, giving Silly Kitties the first map win. And I mean, that was just a roller coaster of emotions to be a part of that. Really, just seeing that tremendous initial take followed by that just strong counterpunch was just wild to see.
Yep. And let's just say the Tetris dives have worked a lot better this match, because the other time around we were a bit concerned. Now those Tetris are really doing that cha-cha real smooth.
Yeah.
I slide to the right.
That's one of the advantages of playing those dualies, is just that little bit of extra movement, and Woomies finally seems to be getting it under control, and we'll have to see how much under control as we move on to tower control and Sturgeon Shipyard, because this is a very uneven map in a lot of ways. There's so many different high grounds, different angles, ramps and stuff, that really having just a maintaining control of not just the high ground across the map, but also just the movement of the dualies of your team is so important to a map like this.
So this is Sturgeon. Ooh, this is a fun map. You know what I like to play on this map?
Are you gonna tell me E-Leader again?
Yes, but also
okay. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Because I've gotten some pretty good fall-off kills on this map. That's my favorite aspect about Tri Stringer. The fact that you can just one-shot someone by looking up in the air.
Hey, if they don't see it coming, if they aren't looking up, then it's easy to punish. But I think the other part of that important thing is looking up, right? Those high grounds,
yes,
so important to maintain. And I think I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Nautilus players for that in a lot of ways, right? Because getting that Nautilus onto those high grounds, be it the aggressive front on your opponent's high ground or on your own for defensive, I think is going to be so crucial to this. I mean, am I missing that, Dolly?
Yep, you got the idea.
All right.
I'm just like, I want to see, I really want to actually watch another set with the Tri Stringer, but I don't think we're going to be seeing one today, given the teams we've already seen.
Nah, given these teams that are left, I think the closest you'll have to settle for is that Nautilus that mid to back liner Nautilus. And unfortunately, that's probably going to be what we have to, because I also don't think we've seen anything really long range. We've seen no E-Leaders, no
we've seen no E-Leader.
Hydra. Oh, we did see one E-Leader. That's right. We did see one E-Leader come out, but we didn't see anything too deep come out from either of these teams. And I think my hunch is right, but we do see the return of Triple Crab on the side of our squad in purple that's signed up on time. So they are deciding that it is Red Lobster time here.
Yep, they're going to let the Terror Claws roll out. But I'm just kind of expecting a bit of a slugfest in mid. This map can be a bit slow for something to happen. Sloshing Machine, I think, was a really good play, but oh, what the montage of heck. Silly Kitties are down 2, signed up on time, down 2 as well. Oh wait, that was 3 on the side of Silly Kitties. Oh well.
Yeah,
My
well,
bad.
I mean, That's all right. Sign up on time. We'll get a little bit of a push there. They'll get to the first checkpoint, but the crab will absolutely put its various claws down on that. And again, Wumi just trying to go in and buy a little bit more space. Eventually gets punished, but does have their backup. 3 of their teammates are there. All of them caught out in that. That's huge information. Boopy trying to take the high ground to contest. Does eventually get punished. And again, Silly Kitties will start to have the numbers advantage going their way, but they continue to lose the cart here, and you can see it now, the fight being taken away, and Jisha just gonna hold on right on cart. No one's contesting them, so Signed Up on Time will take the advantage going in as they try to play down into this little cavernous area.
Yeah, right now getting past that first checkpoint is definitely a pretty good accomplishing feat, because a lot of people can just a few people can just look at that area and, well, that's kind of it. Looks like someone got themselves stuck in Brazil. Oh, never mind. I wanted to see a fight happen in Brazil, but oh, that's an unfort for that.
No,
but check that out. I'm trying to get the
you
player
will see
name.
the double.
I'm not seeing anything, but they're getting 2 people down. Can they get a third person? It's kind of up there. My question.
I think that's best try there, coming in for that 2K. They will hold on to the crab. Does find one. Hey, there you go. It wasn't a fight, but they did get a pick down there, so they must have heard you somewhere. They will maintain control of the cart. Now 2 spotted out on the high grounds, and Crab is up. It looks like if they need it, it'll be there. The Booyah Bomb does buy a little bit more space and just buys some time back here, but the cart continues to roll for We Summed Up in Time, and now this Crab on the high ground will eventually just get forced out and get punished. Huge play.
Yeah, that's definitely a good job being able to punish that crab take. Not only were they able to shred it, they were also able to take out the... Man, I can't even turn on my brain to remember a word. To take out the player.
It's all right. Too many squids, too much paint happening. Joshua just hiding under there in that point. And finally, Silly Kitties feels comfortable enough to finally get this cart moving a little bit. So the tower will continue to troll, just buy themselves checkpoint 1 the best they can now that the reinforcements are in. The ultimates are up for Silly Kitties also, so we'll see those come out. Does not find any information. The Booyah Bomb does clear off that initial point, and they will take the lead here, pushing it just a little past 42, and that is enough to hold it with 2 minutes on the clock. They'll still be able to hold this point a little bit longer, but it will fall back to the side of Signed Up on Time.
Yeah, but this is still possible for there to be a comeback anyways. Silly Kitties all the way down to 37.
Oh, great shot.
Anything could happen. Also, with We Signed Up on Time having control of this and a crab tank online, 2 of them actually, they're ready to go and they're ready to brawl. Let's see what happens. Oh, why did they lose? Oh no, they lost one. That's actually not good.
Oh, that's 2 down on the side of Signed Up on Time. And yeah, that's basically a done fight unless somebody comes up huge here. Wumi, again, seeing themselves back to spawn has been kind of the unfortunate martyr of the team on Silly Kittens, but they will see themselves back. They're going to continue to move the part. They will pop Crab also, which just to play aggressively. Booyah Bomb is coming in, just going to buy the stop for the time being and wait out the rest of the crab. Eventually that flank comes in deep, does get punished, but the damage has been done here, so the cart stopped, will continue to roll. So Signed Up on Time flips it back to them. 35, is there anything there? No, it will get pushed back. Silly Kitties will push it back and have to fight their way back with 1 minute and 15 on the clock.
Yeah, and right now, I'm not seeing any specials ready to be thrown. Although there is an Ink Storm being thrown off by Silly Kitties, it's still an Ink Storm. It's gonna help control some space right around the snipe area and some of that pit, but it's not gonna game change the state of the game right now. All players are online. Down the Tetras, trade a splash, and that's so close to overtaking lead. Booyah Bomb already thrown at tower, and that's lead
there
again.
It is. Silly Kitties fighting back. Now they have this in position. Yet another rainstorm. Someone from the flank. Boopy does come in, try to put the hero plays on, and will eventually get the hero play done. 2 down on both sides, and a cart will kind of hold and stall out. 30 seconds left on the clock, and with continuing to pass this lead back and forth, Signed Up on Time now just has to fight back. They need to get the numbers, but they're getting chased out. They'll even have to commit Crab to try to buy the rest of the team back. 4 strong. They will have this push on their side, though.
Yeah. But right now, this match is definitely going to go on to overtime. If the right picks happen, this could definitely be a 1-1 situation. Let's see. Oh no, 2 players are down. That's not good. No one's on the tower anyways. 3 down.
No, 3 down, and that will be it. Silly Kitties will take second game there. Signed Up on Time just couldn't quite pull it back. And I mean, it's so tough because both of these teams had moments where they knew they were in control and were able to push it. So it's hard to say that either team is really outperforming the other in some ways here.
It's a little bit difficult because this is definitely going back and forth. Which these are definitely the matches that I remember the most. The back and forth matches, whether it be commentating or playing games on my own.
I mean,
And
hey,
I can't wait to see if We Signed Up on Time can make a reverse sweep. That would be a fun thing to see.
would love to see that. They signed up on time. They may be going home without the prize here. Silly Kitties on match point as we head over to Rainmaker. And Hagglefish Market, yours, mine, and everybody's. I don't think it's anybody's favorite, but it is a big map for Hagglefish Market, and I think that's one of the more interesting things for Rainmaker is considering how much space you have to play around here. Makes defending this so difficult. It really just makes really keeping all your angles in check. It's so hard.
Yes, but you know what? I actually kind of like this map. You know why?
Because you play Hydra Splatling, right?
No, I don't. I actually don't like most of the Splatlings because they don't function like ballpoint. The only exception is Nautilus, but I don't really play not aggressive. No. Yeah,
I'm messing with you.
You're having some pretty good guesses, but no, I don't play Hydra.
Nah, I'm messing with you. Look, it's E-Leader time. I agree with you.
No,
if it was up to
it's
me,
not
I'd be...
E-Leader
no,
time.
no, it's not E-Leader time.
No.
What time is it then?
It's Strike Stringer time because this is
Strike Stringer
actually
time.
one of the maps where I get super great fall-off kills. The second I see that, the second I hear the little shoom sound, I just feel so much serotonin running in my head. I'm just like, yes.
Well, I don't think we'll see anyone who feels the same way as you are, but I do think we are likely to see that triple splash crab comp back here. Being as we are down by the shoreline, I do think it is crab eaten time again. And I mean, given how just much value all these crabs have gotten, especially on the sides of Silly Kitty, it is really hard to try to do anything different. I say that, but there's that 52 again. The half gallon's back, so taking a little bit of a different approach from We Signed Up on Time, and I think this is the time to make a change because it's the winner go home.
Mm-hmm. Winner go home. Rainmaker's popped, and it's in the favor of one team. But I'm actually a little bit, I'm a little surprised. I'm seeing not triple crab tank by We Signed Up for this, but actually double crab tank. And one of them is a 52 gal. I think that might actually help out a lot because Splash Wall, very good, could help out with stalling the Tetras and other weapons. And the Nautilus help take space.
Yeah, the Rainmaker
Whaler
will
being
fall
popped
there.
up as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
It's like Rainmaker's been moved a little bit forward.
Not enough. The last player will get caught out there. Eventually does fall, so the Sploosh player does finish to find one, and the Rainmaker's still kind of sitting at mid. You gotta say, someone will eventually pick it up, but the Booyah Bomb is there. That basically means it's a free entry here. Jisha falls, and that'll be a free slam dunk as long as anybody gets that. Boopy falls too. Suddenly they are stopped. The crab is forced out, and the Inkstorm as well. They needed to make something here to make it work because Silly Kitties are on the way to closing it. Yeah. Oh,
34.
Ooh, it does make the jump for 34. That's so huge. That just sets it so far back for We Signed Up on Time to really have to fight out of this position.
Yeah, getting that jump is actually really good because it sets off that lead. But at the same time, you could easily be overtaken by the other team because they have access to the same routes that you do. So you have to defend that well. Right now, they're going to go for it. Did they get the... No, I don't think they got the knock.
No, they didn't get it. They did not get it. It was cut out by that.
Right in the nick of time. Tetras are down. Both teams are down one player. But I'm not sure that We Signed Up for this is going to be able to get the Rainmaker and just knock it because they have to go through the chip, and not only that, the Slugfest, that's an F in the chat, but at least they're keeping it there. To make that 3 down, that is definitely...
No, 3 down, that'll do it.
Now they have to take out those Tetras because the Tetras are the only thing that are hiding.
Woomy falls
too. They're going to be able to get that in, get the jump, 30.
Ooh, just buying that little bit more time, and that pressure is up. They'll also repop the Rainmaker, so they have the team to really get it there, but a counter Ink Strike does come through. Wall is up too. Teammates continue to fall for Silly Kitties, so with that crab on the high ground just pushing through, they'll get it to 17 and are finally stopped again. The slow progress of Signed Up on Time, it has been enough here. They will get it. They need to pressure out the high ground. Killer Whale comes in to buy the rest of that timing, and they just have a little bit further to go. Every single inch matters. 12 this time. The numbers finally fall on the side of Silly Kitties, though, so they will get the stop here and have to move it back.
Yes, this is gonna A lead like that is definitely going to be something. What? The montage I've had, that just got knocked.
Oh, well then. You know what? We asked Sign Up on Time to come through in the moment of need, and I think they heard you. They heard you. The reverse sweep starts now, Dali. It starts now, and this is the moment for it.
Yes, I will let you know. I see in the future. I'm just kidding. I don't have any futuristic vision, but no. Sometimes I feel like I'll just say something in the moment, and then it just happens.
It does. The future thing you could have predicted, though, that you should have taken, that would have been easy. You could have predicted at Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge next, because that is where we are heading. So, with that in mind, was the 52 change, do you think, the winning pick there? Do you think that was all it took?
I actually think that was a good change, because having Splash Wall will allow them to take more space, and being able to take space is actually pretty helpful. It's like another way of taking space without having to be so reliant on, Crab Tank.
And it's also a pretty solid counter to it in some ways, just being able to force it out of position, force it to really take its time to live, as opposed to just kind of eating the damage. And given, again, it's another huge map, Scorch Gorge, there's a lot of high ground to maneuver, but this is a big and wide map, so I do think there is something to bringing in this 52 and really just kind of buying the space with the wall and the killer whale. I think it's worked in the side of Signed Up on Time's favor here. I think they can run it back with that again.
Yep, but only time will tell if they're actually able to finish it for good right here and now. Signed Up on Time still has potential 2 more games to win, while Silly Kitties is able to they win it, well, W.
Yeah. Silly Kitties want to close this out now, because that will push them into the finals, where they will have to play up against 3 Americans, 1 Francais, as it were. But that is the future in the line, because right now we have Clams on Gorge, and like you said, this has been a very close set. Like the score might not look it, but these sets and teams have gone back and forth since moment 1. And that was just kind of I would argue even maybe a silly error cost Silly Kitties the win there, but it had been very close, so I expect this to equally go that same way.
Mm-hmm. And it's go time, as I like to say.
That it is. The teams will be loading in momentarily, and we'll get a look at what they are bringing into this, because, like we've said, there's been a lot of crabs here, but there has also been a lot going on. Nothing new there, and they will keep the half gallon. There is no comp change here. They will keep the half gallon, and I stand the 52 here. I think that's a good pick.
Me too, as well. My team actually primarily runs 52 gal as a Slayer, and it does us wonders. I wish it was around a bit more, but you know what? I'm fine with it not being around, because I don't miss K52.
No, but Woomy will miss having the angles to kind of slide around, and eventually is getting forced out from the high ground. Does see one, but has eventually run out of slides, though, and get punished for it. 2 down on the side of 3 down on sides of the Side Up on Time. And suddenly the 14 Clams on the side of Silly Kitties looking pretty good for a slam dunk. They will get it in, and the follow-up should be there as the reinforcements come in. The question is will they get the second one in time? They will. They get founded out. That's 60 and counting, bringing it down. There's not really been much of a contest. Many of the team of We Signed Up on Time just getting forced back through those subs, and 42 looks like it will be the number that is the starting point.
Yep. Although they tried to get something in, I didn't think that didn't really work well on in favor. Was able to get the pick off of them. Yes, that is good. They were able to punish them. Honestly, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. This map can sometimes be pretty difficult to get some form of mid control or pick in for the front lines. I feel like this is a map where you definitely need to be patient with mid, because one wrong slip up and you're automatically in the losing fight. And I don't think that's really the case right now, because I think Silly Kitties was just overstaying their welcome, playing aggressive, and that cost them 3 players.
It did. It cost them 3 players plus a power clam there, but they will eventually get forced out. The Dooley's finally finding one. Woomy coming in. If you do it 9 times out of 10, it will work at least one of those times. Eventually gets punished, and Boopy will continue to run with the clam. Now that they've got mid control here, like you said, they will have to just build the rest of this clam economy in their favor to try to buy themselves the pressure back.
Yes, and the nice thing is that they have a 52 gal that is pretty capable of taking space on their own if they're able to take the right fights with the splash wall. But right now, We Signed Up on Time is already down to hurt 1 player, and that might be all it takes down the Nautilus. Actually, even players right now. Looks like it's gonna be. Looks like jumps are coming in.
Oh,
It's
aggressive.
good. That one of the players got down on trade for 2. Silly
Three
Kitties
down.
down 3 players.
Down 3, but no claims to speak of. They will eventually build a power clam here, and again, now with the reinforcements coming in, Silly Kitties has to play on the back foot. They don't have the exact angles they would have liked here, so now they'll finally catch one out. There is one. Woomy falls again, unfortunately, and there's try to make a 2-piece for Boopy. Looking in for more, doesn't find any, but the damage has been done. 2 claims up and better try, just trying to find and hold that angle for them. Just eventually get spot out, but the looking for more has to get space as they're getting that 2v1 fight. Trade in the middle, though, still does work out in their favor. Someone will have to pick up that second climb, finally stopping the sloshing machine here. The hold is still okay for now for Silly Kitties.
Yep, but 2 minutes on the clock, and this is really seem like they're having much of an intention to push even farther beyond that. Right now, we signed up. They really need to figure out a way to get in, just get in, so that way they can start putting points on the board. But they just need the right points, and it looks like Silly Kitty is just able to push them back.
Woomy unfortunately jumping in to get punished, and that's 3 down and a power clam in. So Silly Kitties again will continue to build more. They didn't really have anything else to send with it, so that will be simply just a ball in and not much more. Push away to the rest of that penalty, and now there's something there. Will eventually punish. Ooh, it was a good block. Yeah.
No, that was a bad block for them because that didn't get the didn't secure the pick. That is so unfortunate. Like, I think they got shot blocked. That's really sad.
That's really tragic, given that we're at the last minute here, and suddenly we're running out of time. Silly Kitties looking again for this one push. There'll be a reslider in, trying to find anybody. Does eventually get punished, but takes one out on the way there, and suddenly there's just 2-2, and it looks like Silly Kitties are in position to score this out and keep this going. They'll get it, a power clam in, and they'll open it back up, and with nothing really standing in their way, another power clam does get jumped in, doesn't get punished, and it falls off the ledge. It falls off the ledge. Just something to cement the lead a little bit more. Falls, but they'll have to settle for 41.
Yeah, that's a bit of a F in the chat, but oh well. Sometimes it happens. But this is definitely going to have to drag on to overtime if we signed up wants any chance of securing a win, which, if I'm going to be honest, things are looking very bleak for them because they're down a player. They're pushed back all the way in their spawn, and right now, all Silly Kitties has to do is just score once, and it's in overtime.
Though they do, but they're down 2.
Defending well.
Yeah, they are down 2. Booby's holding on. Booby's holding on to the clam. There's nothing there. The wall is keeping them safe. The rest of the jumps back. Overtime continues to build, but they need to move forward here. There needs to be something. Redcap is just going to try back and get the pressure. There it is. That'll be basically all she wrote as the last power clam falls off the map. Is truly the way to finish off this. Falling off the map and out of the event go. We signed up on time. Silly Kitties will move on to the final.
Yeah, bit of an unfortunate loss, but you know, they still played well, and 3rd place ain't that bad. But we're now going to see Silly Kitties into the grand finale. I'm very excited to see how they're going to deal with Triple Crab Tank.
Yeah, I mean, Triple Crab Tank, 3 Americans, 3 crabs. It's going to be a tough match ahead. So congratulations to Signed Up on Time for coming in and taking on 3rd place. And that feels pretty appropriate for a team that signed up on time, given how they did actually do the right thing and sign up on time. But we'll have to catch that finals in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, get a snack, come back for more. We'll be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
All right, welcome back, because we are back to Squid Junction's grand finales. I are Dally, and this is... Dude.
Oh, hi. I'm
name.
so. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. Sorry, I blanked for a minute. I was thinking about how incredible this grand finals match is going to be.
Oh, you know how to redeem yourself, and I'm actually going to be very excited to see this, because we got 3 Americans. Frenchie. I don't think I know how to say Frenchie right. The only word I understand. I think I can make any sense of is un.
I've taken several years of French, and if you spoke it at me, I'd probably be able to follow you, but I wouldn't say that. And I guess that would make me on the other team here, which is Silly Kittens. And Silly Kittens, with that run back coming up from the loser's side, really had to climb quite a mountain to get to this finals match, I gotta say.
Yep, coming back all the way to the grand finales. Hey, that's something, all right.
That's cool. It is.
I've really enjoyed seeing Silly Kitties play, because they have been running, let's just say, 1 or 2 crabs at most. And I find that to be very enjoyable. You really only need 1 in most cases.
I think the thing that stands out to me overall has been Woomy, though. As a fellow enjoyer of the overly aggressive, cram it in their face style, I think for all the kind of feeding he's doing, it has paid off for them to get here, and continuing to run it back on these dualies, I think, has been important. But equally important is these crab maintenances that have just been going, because there has been at least 1 up already, and you can see it as they're pushing and vying for control here. Woomy will eventually get punished after trying to dodge their way out of it, and 2 down for Kitties means that Americans and Frenchie will have probably control here, but I say that, and it looks like it will fall as the reinforcements come in for Silly Kitties. They'll have control here on the first of the tower.
Yep, and it looks like Yep, exactly like you said, Silly Kitties getting control of the tower. They're already up 1 player at this current moment, and getting to that first checkpoint, but only for the Carbon to just say no.
Absolutely not. Great shot out of the mid-air from the roller as well. Just great awareness to it to buy the rest of that spot. They will get the tower control moving, and I mean, that's just some great heads-up play from the Carbon player. Trizuka, just to buy the rest of that space, knows that there's someone back there, will try to find it out, and now with checkpoint and lead in their hand, 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie, poised to at least maintain control for now as they pull out not only just the crab, but also the Booyah Bomb too. That's a huge boon for them.
Yep, and this will definitely, right now after this, they're going to start inching away closer to that second checkpoint. Right now, this Carbon Roller is doing their best to try to find a pick, but no, the aggression. You complimented Woomy for their aggression, and we also got to give some props to Volty, the Carbon Roller of 3 Americans and a Frenchie, because they have been performing very nicely. Lots of aggression, pushing back the other team.
Yeah, they have been, but the tower will now be pushed back the other way, getting it to 44 for Americans and a Frenchie. And, they do have man control here. They do have man numbers here, so they will be able to take it back if they need to. Silly Kitties, again, Woomy getting punished, just kind of caught out on that flank. Just unfortunately did not really get the advantage they were looking for. Trizuka on the flank there does try to find somebody, but nothing really thrown out there. Inkstorm as well, as it's getting to be a 3v1 over on the left side there as the cart will continue to finally stop. I mean, the numbers for 3 Americans just continue to look good. Silly Kitties, though, now in a position now full strength. Oh, through the reef slider into. So unfortunate for Woomy there. But fortunate for 3 Americans, 1 Frenchies. They will continue to keep this rolling and hopefully press their advantage forward.
Yes, and with the tower in their control and 2 players up, they're definitely really... Oh, man. I'm like fumbling my words because like so much is going on in the background too. Like we need to see what is happening up front. Looks like Silly Kitties is really put in a pickle because they're kind of stuck right now. 2 crab tanks are up.
Ooh.
Hey, they got 1. I don't know how, but that was really cool. It's just
the wipeout. It's the lone roller. Volty will roll it in alone to close out map 1, and I think that is the 1 Frenchman to stand alone there. Incredibly well played from 3 Americans and a Frenchie to close out map 1 here in this grand finals. Looking poised coming from the winners bracket to close it out for good.
Yes. So right with a really good start, 3 Americans and a Frenchie decide to establish their lead lead by winning tower control, but there's still plenty of matches left. You never know if Silly Kitties will get the run back.
Yeah, we still did see quite a bit, and the run back continues over with Clam Blitz back on Mako Mart, and we've seen this once today. And you know, again, it's so hard not to express the importance of controlling mid, right? And that's kind of where 3 Americans and 1 Frenchie has kind of had the advantage. They've been so good about just winning their duels and then taking advantage of that, pressing forward. You got distracted. You know, you were mind blown by how just forward they were playing. They knew exactly where to play at that last bit to allow the cart to continue to roll. So just keeping control of all this space is so important, especially on a map like Mako Mart.
And I agree. Holding space is very important, and it really can decide if you win a fight or not, because if you're unable to hold your ground, then you might not be able to defend, or you might not be able to win a fight.
Yeah.
Regardless, we're definitely gonna be seeing some more matches come around, and I'm hoping to see something different happen in Clam Blitz Mako Mart. You know how I mentioned that? You know how we talked about Mako Mart before with 3 Americans and a Frenchie, because they played on this map before, and they ran triple crab. I'm hoping that they keep the machine on this one, because I don't think that they really want to run triple crab, because the other team's really only running 2 crabs at most, guaranteed. 1 hit guaranteed. So I think they might keep that machine to help pressure above the ledges alongside the carbon roller.
I actually agree with you. I do think that when it comes to using those crabs effectively, they've gotten really good at cycling them in just 2, right? Like when you're warming up, when you're getting into these events, sometimes you need the 3rd to kind of keep the rotation of crabs available, to have someone applying that pressure. And I think that now 3 Americans and a Frenchie really have been able to got it. They're in their rhythm to get 2 and to create the chaos from the distance that is allowing Volti to come in on this carbon roller and to say, look, like, you're not looking for me, you're not keeping track of me because you're too busy dodging bullets. I'm just going to splat you in 1 and close it out. And I think that's such an important aspect to their lineup. And it looks like both teams here, no, they won't. They will keep the sloshing machine on the side of Silly Kitties, but you will see triple crab or 1. So 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie are opting into what you didn't want to see, unfortunately.
Well, that's unfortunate, but, you know, like we said before, sometimes the most efficient, they want to win, so I'll respect it.
It's hard not to respect it when that play comes through, though.
Yep.
Cool.
But already they're punishing Wumi and now the sloshing machine on the side of Silly Kitties. But there's no clam economy quite yet. Though right now I think a power clam is going to be formed right now, but right now I don't think it's the best time to put something in. Right there, Wumi doing the aggressive play, like imagine diving right on, halting progress. That's what they're here for, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, eventually we'll get punished though, and like you said, a little bit slower of a pace finds try, and no clam to be speaking of after losing that first initial one. Turns around to send the bazooka out and eventually gets punished for it. So again, this 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie team just finding themselves on the lesser end. They have Wumi again getting punished. Someone hopefully is keeping track of how many times that man has seen the respawn button, but we'll see that there. Now a power claim up on the side of Silly Kitties. They're pressing for an advantage here with not much else on their side, though. 1 opening pick is huge, though.
Yep, 1 pick is kind of all it takes to really make something happen, but oh no, looks like we're seeing one Frenchie and 3 Americans get pushed back, and wow, Silly Kitties are putting themselves on the board all the way to 62. Albeit a mediocre push at best, but it's still points on the board after nearly 2 minutes.
Any amount of points is a win condition, and right now Silly Kitties are in the lead. They just need to, at a minimum, hold this out. They'll continue to try to hold this. Frenchie's, 3 Americans and Frenchie, trying to just hold this mid position. Again, just trying to struggle for this. Will eventually force it out. And there is the Carbon Decker coming to finding their counterpart in that aggressive fight, just trying to find someone on the high ground. Power Clam is up. Just find 1. They're pushing in here, and this looks like it's going to be the moment, Della.
You got the idea about how to say my name, but look at that. They got clams in, and this carbon roller is watching those ledge like a little ledge demon. Trademark one of my other friends. But hey, they're living up to what carbon roller's supposed to do, camp the ledges. But unfortunately, the their team is unable to can and retake lead, which that's okay. They're able to get points on the board. They have a lesser penalty, but this Carbon Roller is... never mind.
He was a menace for the most of that part. Best try now, putting an end to that, and Silly Kitties will flip their way back into control here. Eventually getting forced out. Woomy, again, we're seeing them jump back in a little bit quickly. They'll have the coverage here, and the Crab will help to maintain that, but they are just getting pushed out. Power Clam still on the side up for Americans. And the French connection, they will eventually push towards the middle on that little side alley, but no real stop, no real progress to be had. Only Power Clan up is on the side of Silly Kitties, and that will go in on the Americans on the Silly Kitties side. So, I mean, it'll buy the rest of the way. They're one clam off of taking the advantage. I don't think they'll get it in time.
But there's still, there's still time on the clock for anything to happen. Right now, it's looking pretty bleak right now for three Frenchies, and my words are confused. Whoopsies. 3 Americans and a Frenchie.
Looking strong here, looking in for the hold. They have 1 Power Clam and 2 Crabs going in pretty hard.
And it looks like they have 3 at the moment. Like that.
Oh my goodness!
This is
it all
fun.
3? This is all.
Yeah, they popped all 3 of them. And they're able to get
variable
a just to get the lead, overtake the lead. But they still could use some more in. I don't think they had a proper control. They're able to get a few more in, but I don't think they're going to be able to get more, so I think the best play of the game is just to fall back a little bit and defend. They're already down a few players, so this is definitely not good. Expect a really quick counterattack from Silly Kitties right now.
I would expect that, and given that they have 2 Power Claims up, they need to move fast here. 30 seconds on the clock before another map falls the side of 3 Americans, so need a strong push, and on that flank, just looking for it. Booyah Bomb is up, Reef Slider is in, doesn't find anybody, but Woomy is now in position, eventually gets punished, and they send it long, doesn't eventually find anything. Both Power Claims are in, they get it there, and they take the lead with 15 on the clock. They are at 41, they need a little bit more, they just need to try to close this out here. 38 is a good enough number to win as that Power Clam falls short. 6 seconds on the clock. I don't think there's a Power Clam up. They're scrambling to try to find one. Do they have it? No. They will have the Pity Clam. They'll have the Pity Clam to buy them time for now. It looks like 3 Americans and Frenchies are on their last push here.
Yes, and with the down of that Carbon Roller, that is definitely not good. Tetras are down to. This is going to drag on to overtime. They need to get that clam in right now, but unfortunately they're not alive.
No.
That's game. Silly Kitties managing to defend successfully on a pretty snowball-y map. Yeah, that could have went pretty AWOL really quickly, but it didn't. So yeah, that's really good.
Silly Kitties taking a swipe back at the Americans and the French here. Brings me back to the days of the American Revolution in some ways, just, fighting against the Americans and French in some way, but you're not here for a history lesson. You're here for Splat Zones because it is tied up in the grand final, and we will move ourselves over to Inkblot Art Academy. Yours, mine, and everybody's. Actually, a lot of people do like this map, I think, for Splat Zones. I was going to make a joke about it, but a lot of people do like this. This is arguably one of the favorite in the zeitgeist of Splatoon for Splat Zones.
Yes, and do you know what weapon I like to play on this map?
Is it GooTuber?
How incorrect are you going to be? No.
Incredibly.
Yeah, I think I should just embrace it. Eventually, I'm gonna say yes, just to spite you.
That's fine. We all know. Look, there's plenty of open sight lines, but because I agree with you. I think those kinds of longer sight lines for an E-leader or for you're probably gonna play Stringer here. I think we've been in the booth long enough. I think you're gonna play Stringer here if I had to really guess.
Yes. Do you know why?
Because there's so much just important high ground to maintain and different angles you can just lob over most of the architecture. If I had to guess.
Correct. And I can happily say that this is also the map where I have obtained probably the best fall-off kill I have in my compilation of fall-off kills.
I mean, it sounds to me like, you just need to sign up for Professor Delphox's, reef shots here, because
I don't play
I
Reflux.
think you got some.
Reflux is disgusting. You'll never. No, I can't stand it. I hate Reflux with a passion. I don't think Reflux is even good.
Ah, goodness. Well, the good news here is nobody will be playing that, although I don't think we'll see the tri-string. Also, we do see the return of Triple Crap, though, on one side, and we'll see what looks to be a pretty similar standing comp from the side of Silly Kitties. So I think the Triple Crab finally kind of settled on to be the game winner for the Americans of French.
Now, right then and there, early pick off on the Silly Kitties, and yeah. Oh Lord, you know, I noticed that the Frenchie and the Americans, they have triple burst bombs. You know what that means?
That's just so much quick aggressive damage, man.
It is. You better hope that you don't get Thanos snapped by all that.
Yeah, for real. That's just so much. Same with that Trizuka there, putting in a little bit of space and buying the time down as the clock ticks down to 69. A very nice passing as it goes. And again, the Booyah Bomb will come out just to try to buy a little bit more space. Looks like they will put the pressure down. Control not quite tilted over to the side. Finally, it does towards the Kitties, and that will put the penalty on. And the fight, as it moves down, will eventually turn the way of the Kitties, just taking control and continuing to take this down.
Yeah, it looks like they were just able to overwhelm the defense of the Americans and the Frenchie, which really good on them. This map can be a bit difficult to fight back in because you basically want to always be on offense. In my opinion, this map, you want to get control. You want to take space, specifically on their plat, if possible. If you can't, that's really unfortunate. But that's a pretty good flip over. 3 down on the side of the Kitties, and the Americans had beat their Frenchie had capitalized on it. Good trade right there, but
I mean, it's enough to get them out of their penalty for right now. They'll maintain the rest of this high ground in the center. Control will fall back, but with 1 down, Silly Kitties having to force their crab out just to try to buy the space back. Doesn't look like they'll get it. It'll eventually get cleaned up, and they'll continue to run control. Now that the penalty's gone, they're ticking down into the all-important time bank. 50 will cross, and finally the lead back for the Americans and Frenchie. Silly Kitties need to come back strong here. There's no ultimates up on board, and they need to find some sort of an answer here because time is running out.
Yeah, with the clocks ticking here, this is there's going to be some now or never plays because already down to 20, make that 19. A Reef Slider coming in, the zone is in neutral. You just never know what's going to happen. 3 down on the side of Americans and a Frenchie. This is definitely looking at a prime recap for Silly Kitties, which they are able to get. But now, like I said, they have to push into the enemy plat, and unfortunately, that got punted.
It did. I mean, look, I was just happy Woomy managed to make it out there with the Reef Slider, not die, but it looks like that will be the only consolation he has as they are back. The Silly Kitties are back and looking to manage to hold this, try to find this back. The crab is there, try to buy the rest of the space. Americans and French will come back and hold this with 2 minutes on the clock, 50-point penalty, but 19, they are in a position to close this out.
Yep. And looks like Silly Kitties able to regain control of zone. Oh boy, this match is definitely going to drag out for a while. They're getting close to taking out their penalty, already down to 10 to make that even numbers in terms of splashes. Booyah Bomb coming out though. I'm not sure where that was aimed towards actually. But now they're getting points on the board and things are... Ouch.
That's unfortunate. Didn't quite get it there, so now Americans and Frenchie 1 minute, a little over a minute on the clock, just taking back the rest of the space, trying to find the last picks they need to as they close this out. They'll get the penalty basically on 0 as they control the rest of this mid. Looking for a little bit more just to slam the door shut here. Minute on the clock and the penalty's almost gone. Crabs out on both sides. The first pick on the side of Silly Kitties, but there wasn't anything in. Reef Slider goes in. Woomy looking deep. Doesn't find anybody. Does get punished though, as is tradition of the Reef Slider. So with that happening, Silly Kitties will have to commit everything they've got here, but it is no good. 3 Americans and Frenchie will run the clock down and take home map 3, bringing themselves 2-1.
Yep, and the next match is going to be match point, and this match was pretty hype. This is just a lot of back and forth, a lot of plays were made. I find it very unfortunate that that Woomy got punished for trying to push forward, because I like it when people push forward on this map, because pushing forward and overtaking the enemy plat really helps secure a lead that you might need.
Yeah. And I want to shout out the Booyah Bomb that went in there that you're questioning what was that for? I think that was for trying to enable Woomy, because the one thing that Woomy has been trying to do but is take that space, but really has just been met with so much aggression on the opposite side that he's just struggled to find that space. And now as we move over to tower control here on match point on Undertow, I don't know that it's going to be any easier to get that support from the rest of your team, given just how this map is set up. It is so hard. There's so much geometry to play around, and controlling mid is even more important than in a lot of these other maps.
Oh, man. You know, I know what this map is. And do you know what it is?
It is... I actually don't have anything funny for this, so please go ahead and tell me what this map is.
Force into mid. It's...
Yeah.
There's
fair.
really only one way to get around in this map. And it's... Well, I'd argue two, but it's so cramped up in that area where you want to get into. It's going to be a fight for mid. Once that fight for mid is either won or lost, that's when something is going to happen. I'm banking it. I'm banking on a snowball to happen on this map, especially because it's tower control. Because, you know, special points will be built up faster for one team, and of how the map is generally laid out.
Yeah, and I think the transcontinental connection here, looking to use that for advantage. They have been a very snowbally team. Whenever they see the advantage, they push it. And in a map like you said, like this, if they can find that advantage and get past mid, I think they can control the pace as they're looking for. Let's see here on match point what changes come in and needs to be made. There will be a sloshing machine now on one side, now on both sides. So really just kind of swapping this over and changing it up just a little bit. Pony now picking up that sloshing machine. I think like you said, it's so important to control mid, and the best way to do that sometimes is just a Booyah Bomb.
Oh yeah, just throw a Booyah. Just throw something at it. That's what I tell my team all the time. If something's giving you trouble, throw something at it.
I mean, hey, if we can all just throw Booyah Bombs at our problems, I know I'd be in a much better place, but I don't have that. They have a Wave Breaker instead on the side of Silly Kitties as they bring in this Splatling just to try to buy a little bit of information to try to find a pick, and we'll eventually find a little bit more. Oh, it does get punished for it, though, and that is the opening that Americans of French are looking for. They'll get it to checkpoint 1, and you know, that's not too far off the bat, so they will have a little bit to buy here, though. Bazooka comes in, doesn't find anything, but eventually the 2v1 comes through. Booyah Bomb buys the rest of the space there. Just getting it there, and the checkpoint 2 continues to move here. The American and French just continuing to just hold this space so well and buy the rest of their way in.
Yes, and it's unfortunately, I think that their push might be cut a little bit short because they're getting pushed back quite a bit. I'm not seeing any specials online ready for them, but one pick off the dualies is probably enough to maybe get the momentum going. What? In the montage of Peck? That's a wipe. We'll take that.
Okay. Hey, that's plenty.
Now they got momentum again. Trizuke has popped up. It would have been nice to get to see that fallout kill. I would have been so hyped for that.
Hey, you can always check it in the replays because you'll have those later once this is all done. Booyah Bomb is sent in, though, first to keep him by the rest of this way. The tower is moving, but there's not a lot of... They're still just forced to drop the attention to it for right now. They'll have the man advantage going into this. It's a 4v3 going into what is arguably the last fight here, and the team is so far pressed up. The Carbon right into their faces trying to buy the rest of it. Checkpoint 3 is ticking down. It's 17 and going. The members of Silly Kitties just continuing to fall, and they can sense that the door is starting to close on them. The tower falls, but for how much longer? Wavebreaker is thrown out in desperation to keep this going. The cart continues to move back, and it looks like finally Silly Kitties will get a manage to hold here as they surround the last members of the Americans of French.
Yep, and it's just the... What? Oh, looks like the Carbon Roller was able to stall off for a little bit. Getting a pick right when the other team is trying to get momentum really can slow them down. Though. Make that 2 now.
Oh,
looks like they're just able...
Yeah.
Yeah, this Carbon Roller really did a good job just being able to halt the other team while their teammates came back. Like, I know they're not the anchor player, but that Trizuka halting someone at that moment is really powerful. And right then and there, love the aggression right there by Volty. They're at the final checkpoint, which seems like they're going to be able to get through. And then after that, it's just a short.
It will.
Yep. I guess that's game.
That's game. That was the anchor weighing down the Silly Kitties into the depths. And that will bring 3 Americans, 1 Frenchie, to first place here in Squid Junction, closing it out in a 3-1 match.
Yes, that's game. That's game, and you know what? We're gonna congratulate 3 Americans and 1 Frenchie for being the champions of Squid Junction.
I mean, it was quite a well-deserved run based on their play, closing it out there. But shout out to second place Silly Kitties, who had quite a run back coming in that losers bracket just to finish it up and really try to fight through all of those other teams. They put in a lot of work, but just unfortunately just met a squad that happened to have a little bit more on their side.
Yep, but regardless, it was still a good game. I love the comps that they ran. For definitely a lot better than triple splash. Way more exciting to watch, in my opinion.
I don't disagree with you, so shout out to all of the teams that came out for this Squid Junction, and shout out to everyone here from behind the scenes, all the casters you've seen today, and the production squad. Thank you for hanging out with us and checking out these incredible matches. Delphox, any final words for the viewers at home?
You know, keep playing the game, have fun. I actually wish I was prepared to answer that. Now that you think about it, but
now I've got a follow-up question for you. Where are you when you're not in this booth? Where are you when you're not in this booth? Where can the people find you if they want to hang out with you some more?
I know that. Well, you can find me at almost nearly any social media at Delphox Session, including my Clash Royale, Mao.
Ooh, Clash Royale.
Yeah, that's just a joke. And where else could we find you, dude?
I mean, I am everywhere at this wild amalgamation of letters that is So Abdanum. I stream Twitch pretty much daily, all kinds of various games. On Thursdays, we play Splatoon, but you can find me if you just start typing in some letters and figure it out. Thank you all for hanging out with us from Nebula behind the scenes and the rest of the crew here on Dapple. Thank you for hanging out with us and these incredible teams on Squid Junction, and we will see you in the next event.
Yep, stay tuned.